University television production students are responsible for creating an episodic television show. Each episode covers a different topic and includes student-written segments and performances. This segment is completely produced by the students and eventually streamed to YouTube. This is a Boise State University television production. Everything you are about to see is run by students.
I mean, I can hear you just because I'm standing next to you, but I can't hear him through the...
If you're interested and want to learn more about the media program at Boise State University, you can check us out at the website below.
We're at Boise State. Today is April Fool's Day.
Okay, so we're going to go
match.
Hello, everybody. Oh, I can hear myself now. Hello.
Yeah, that's coming up a little
hear
bit.
each other. Hey, those are different programs.
I can still hear Andrew just fine.
Is there a way to like turn it up on here?
University Television Productions teaches students how to work in a variety of professional media industries that includes television studios, remote sports productions, audio-visual live streaming events, commercial video production, and social media content creation. Students enrolled in the media program at Boise State University are allowed to check out equipment from our student-run equipment room, which includes gear from some of the top brands in the video industry. They also have access to production facilities, which include 3 different studios and a computer lab for post-production.
Hello, everybody. Thank you for tuning in. Today is April 1st, April Fool's Day, and we are watching the Fool's Gold Rugby 7's tournament. My name is Andrew Vincent, and I'm alongside my co-host, Rich.
Percy.
Yes.
Thank you, Andrew.
Yeah. So I'm really excited to watch. I'm not super familiar with the sport of rugby, but my co-host, Rich, is, and hopefully I can be a line of communication for anyone tuning in that may not know a lot about the sport. So
Yep.
I think there's going to be a lot of good rugby to watch today.
Yeah, we're looking forward to the chats. If you have any questions or chats, you want to send those into YouTube, we're looking forward to those. It's only 39 degrees today, raining pretty heavy now. And as you know, Andrew, rugby is a fast-paced sport. 7's is a very fast-paced sport with a lot of passing. But look for the game to be a little bit more compacted today with this rain and weather.
Yeah, we'll see if the weather plays a part in how these teams play. So yeah, our first game of the game right now, we are watching the Boise State B and Montana State B teams, and the game has just started. Pass out to the side. Montana State getting in a little scruffle, making it out, running down the sideline, closing in. Oh, and they dropped the ball. Boise State recovers.
So that's our first knock of the game. As we talked about earlier, Andrew, rugby's a sport where the ball is always passed backwards. The only exception to that is it can go forward off of a foot. If somebody wants to kick the ball, they can kick the ball forward.
Yeah.
But every bit of action in rugby is passing the ball backwards. In that situation, the Montana State player went down and tossed the ball forward on accident, so it's a turnover, Boise State ball.
And now we are currently watching, what was that, a scruff? Or
a scrum?
A scrum.
Yep, so anytime that there's a knock, they're going to restart the play with a scrum.
And it looks like we may be seeing one. Oh, nope. Ball passed out. Montana has it. Montana State has it.
Good pressure by Boise State there to beat
Force
them
the
into
turnover.
ruck and get the turnover.
Yeah. Oh, drop pass.
So there's, again, another knock, as you saw
Okay.
with that.
Yeah.
That ball got passed backwards. She missed the ball, went off of her legs, went forward. As soon as that ball goes forward off of anything but your foot,
Yep.
the ref's going to blow his whistle, put his hand up, and that's his indication that it's a knock.
Okay. And then, as we see, we're going back to another scrum. Ball is live. Boise State recovers. Instantly met by Montana State, ready for the action. Pass back, another pass. Gonna, I think, make it down the left sideline. Ooh, see, yep, good pass by Boise State. Oh, can she make it into the try? Yes. And that is a try for Boise State. First score of the day. Great maneuver to get past the defense.
The great thing about what happened there, Andrew, is that the wing began to run, and it was expecting a pass, but the pass wasn't there, and she accidentally ran up in front of the ball carrier.
Yeah.
Risking obstruction, as you know, every pass has to come backwards. When you get that player up in front of you, you risk obstruction. She was able to recover, which is really key in rugby, fighting to get back into that position for that next pass, and she was able to get into that position to make that final pass, and then we just saw speed going all the way to the try there.
Okay. Okay. And with that try, as I just learned recently, a try is worth 5 points, correct?
That is worth 5, and she attempted the conversion, failed on the conversion, so the score is 5 for Boise State.
So they take the conversion all the way at half?
Nope, she missed the conversion down there at the uprights.
Okay.
And then we just restart the game.
Okay.
In 7's, when you score, you kick the ball away to the other team.
I see. Oh, and Montana State breaks through the defense of Boise State. And will she make it? Oh, did she set it down?
Yep,
That's a try for Montana State. Scores right back to respond to Boise State. Wow, she broke through right through the defense there.
Yeah, the brilliant thing about Montana State's design there was that she was running full speed when that pass was made. If the defense wasn't right on top of her, there's just no chance to stop her with an arm tackle. And she, of course, you saw that she just broke right through.
Yeah, that was a really quick score. And it looks like we have a ball game.
Yep, and then they missed that conversion, so we're back to halftime, or the halfway to restart the play. Montana State will be kicking off to Boise State.
Here we go. Well, within the first couple minutes of action, looks like we already got a really good game on our hands. Kickoff to Boise State. Montana State recovers. Live ball on the ground. Oh, recovered by Montana State again. Pass back by Montana State. Oh. Still going, but Boise State's playing some really good defense right now, and they get the turnover and recover. Oh, she's got an open field if she's got the speed. Can she make it? She's going to have to be. Oh, Montana State's closing in. Oh, and she gets to her. Oh, but recovered by Boise State. Oh, if she had a little bit extra gear, she could have made it. And that looks like out of bounds, correct?
Yep. So out of bounds, we're going to have our first line out.
Okay.
Anytime the ball goes out of bounds, you're either having a line out where the hooker is going to be throwing the ball in to their team like they're setting up for here, or you could even go with a quick line out. Sometimes the refs don't allow for a quick line out, and they'd rather slow it down. Everybody's like to slow it down, catch their breath, set up a play. There's not really too many plays in rugby, but you do see designed plays in situations like this where it's a set piece. The team is set up, they're calling out their play, They know what kind of razzle-dazzle they want to run against
Yeah.
Boise State now, and let's see what they have in mind.
Montana State throws it out.
It's like a
But
knock.
recovered by Boise.
There's advantage by the referee for that knock.
Ooh.
Penalty for a high tackle.
Oh. So they can't tackle above the shoulders? Is that what it is, or? Oh, Boise State. Tackle to the ground. Good defense by Montana State, and they get the turnover. And they're outrunning. Oh. Good defense by Boise State. Right there to stop them from advancing the ball. And recovered by Boise State. Good pass out. She's got one more. Oh, she's going to take it in herself. She might. And she will. What a try by Boise State.
It's okay, you can call it a score. A try is definitely a score.
Yes.
We'll accept that.
Yes. Well, that was some great agility there.
Yeah, so with that, it's the conversion misses. It's 10 to 5, Boise State.
Yeah.
And it looks like we're at half. So to go back to that penalty, the high tackle.
Yeah.
There's no shoulder pads. There's no pads in rugby, really. There's no helmets. And rugby has done quite a bit to try to protect the players and protect their heads because there's no helmets. Any contact really above the armpits is going to be a penalty against the ball carrier. If you're running with the ball and somebody grabs a hand on your shoulder, if they're just holding on, the ref might not blow you a penalty, but as soon as you start grabbing up on the shoulders, the neck, the head, anywhere up in there, the referee is going to award a penalty. The severity of the penalty varies based on what they see and how hard that person gets tackled to the ground when that contact up in the head or neck area is made.
Okay.
If they just get tackled like what we saw just there, the referee may just give a penalty. If they get tackled hard and their body's taken down to the ground after a high tackle and their head or something like that's hit, or you could really see they clothesline them really hard across the neck, then the ref's going to look at those and say, okay, well, this is a yellow or potentially a red.
Yeah. In
15s, a yellow card is going to give you a 10-minute penalty, but because this is 7's, the halves are only 7 minutes long. A yellow card's a 2-minute penalty. A red card, you're out for the rest of the game, and potentially another half or the rest of the next game as well. So a red card in today's tournament is very detrimental to any team because you're going to be out for at least this game and probably the next one as well.
Especially, with these games just being very, very quick, back-to-back, you're going to want to have all your best players out there. So
a yellow card is damaging as well because you're going to have to play with only 6 players. This isn't like another sport like football. If a player gets kicked out of the game for unsportsmanlike conduct, the team brings in another player. Rugby, your whole team suffers when you get a yellow card. So you're
interesting.
Looking
So you
at
don't
6 versus 7 versus.
Okay, so you can't sub in a player off of the bench at that point until
not
half.
on a yellow card or a red card.
Okay. Well, that is good to know. And it looks like the half is over, and we will be seeing Montana State kick it off to Boise State to start the half. And currently it is 10-5. Boise State is leading the game.
A little after 9 o'clock here, it's only 39 degrees, and the rain just continues to come down here at Lincoln Turf Field.
Yes, it's cold for us here in the booth. It must be out there for the players as well. But Boise State running down the sideline. What a juke. Still going. Good pass back. They're probably going to force it down or try to make it down the left here. Can she make it if she's got the speed? I think she does. Wow. What a run by Boise State. And that is another try.
Andrew, the thing that I really loved about that is you saw that action coming closer and closer to our booth on this east side of the pitch.
Yes.
The defense began to work their way over here. And you saw her break a couple of tackles, fight off a couple people, but then as Boise State began to make that pass wide, the defense had all pulled over so
Yeah.
much. Those last two, those girls had a 2-on-1 opportunity against Montana State, and they took advantage of it. The defense had to pick, do I take the ball carrier or do I anticipate the pass? The pass wasn't made, and she just was able to take that ball and run it all the way down.
Is that a strategic move to kind of force it down the sideline to maybe open up the other sideline, the opposite sideline?
Yeah, absolutely. That's very common in 15s and in 7s, but especially in 7s.
Yeah.
The rain's going to slow some of that down. It's very tough to make a lot of those big passes in this kind of weather.
Yeah.
Oh, that ball went 10. That's a Boise State ball.
Wow. So that almost was like an onside kick, I guess.
Very similar, yeah. Now we've got a penalty.
Was that on Montana
secondary,
State?
Yeah, against Montana State, and it looked like it was not coming through the gate. We could talk about that after this match if you'd like. Boise State's knocked the ball.
Okay. So that's interesting. I guess so you can kick it and follow the ball as long as it goes past that that mark.
Just like in football.
Yeah.
The ball has to go 10 meters. In football, obviously, it's 10 yards, but here it's 10 meters. Once that ball goes 10 meters on a restart or a kickoff at the beginning of the game, it's a live ball, and either team can pick that up.
Well, here we go. Another scrum was just made, and Montana State recovered. And if you're Montana State right now, you're really looking to get a score with it being 15-5. 15-5 with 2 minutes and 30 seconds remaining. Oh, and a drop pass from Montana State.
Not releasing the penalty called by the SIR. So turnover to Boise State.
Now Boise State is in great position to score. Oh no, I think she had a pass to her right, but still in great position. Oh.
Another penalty against Montana State for leaving her feet.
Oh.
And as long as that's over the yellow line.
Let's see what the ref calls. This is going to be really close here. And is the ref moving him back?
I'm not sure what he saw or what he's not allowing the try. It looked like the ball was over the line and the player got the ball over the line, but for some reason he's not allowing that try. He's going to give Boise State the ball and restart it with the scrum 5 meters back from the try line.
Interesting. Well, let's see who comes out with it. It looks like Boise State will. And again, they're in, oh.
So there was something that he didn't like there. I'm not sure if the ball in a scrum is rolled in between the two teams, and it has to come out in between the legs of one team or the other. If it goes all the way through the tunnel, then the ref can restart it and call for another scrum, and I think that's what may have happened there.
And Boise State, again, in great position. Can they get the try? Oh, and they fumble it right on the edge.
Ref's got advantage for Montana State. That knock, of course, is going to come out and be a Montana State ball. So same thing, similar to what we just saw with the restart of that scrum. There was a knock in the goal, and he's not going to start Montana State in their own goal. So he brings it out 5 meters, and that's where the scrum will be.
So close there for Boise State, though, almost to get in.
That was another example of the ball going all the way through both teams and out the other side of the tunnel of that scrum. So the ref blows his whistle, we're going to have another scrum, another put in by Montana State.
And if you're Montana State, you really got to get a stop here, or I think this might be game over.
5 minutes to go, Boise State leading 15-5. A lot can happen in 5 minutes in 7s.
That's true.
A lot of great passes there by Montana State. They work the ball all the way down
defense.
all the field, but Boise State's just right there to eat it up.
Oh, and recovered back by Montana State. Great defense by Boise to keep them from breaking out.
Penalty against Boise State. It looks like, again, not coming through the gate. Let's talk rucks and coming through the gate and some of the law after this match is over, Andrew.
Yeah. Oh, that could be due to the rain. The ball might be a little bit slippery out there, but recovered by Boise State.
That's a try.
And that's a try. Another try for Boise State.
And I apologize. I was looking at that clock, Ron. We're down to a minute left.
Yeah.
Boise State up now 20-5.
Yeah, the clock kind of confused me too because it's going up. Oh. And a missed kick by Boise State, but 20-5 with about 40 seconds left.
Pretty safe to call it at this point, Andrew.
I would say so. I would say so.
It's an awful lot to come back.
Yeah. And on that possession right there, I think the rain might be starting to interfere with maybe catching the ball for some of these players.
Yeah, their hands have got to be just so cold.
Oh, yes. Yeah, we're lucky here in the booth, Rich. We got the gloves and our thick coats on. But yeah, the weather is not looking nice
Just
today.
need somebody to bring me a hot chocolate and I'll be all right.
Yeah. And with that, we got about 5 seconds left in the match. They'll kick it off to Montana State, but
now similar to soccer, the game doesn't end right at 7 minutes.
Okay.
The play will continue and continue and continue until there's a dead ball. The ball goes out of bounds. If Boise State gets the ball right here, they may just
call it.
Choose to kick the ball out of bounds and the match will be over.
On a pass back by Boise State. Will they try to get another score? Number 4 is fast. Wow. Wow. And just to put a stamp on it, Boise State with another try.
So I'm not sure how the tournament rules work in this tournament, Andrew, but it's very common that it's a point system in this early pool play. Boise State scoring their 5th try in this match could get them a bonus point, which make a difference getting that seeding when we get later on into today.
Yes. And that looks like a win for Boise State. What a game. Starting off with a high scoring game, 25-5.
All right, so let's talk a little bit about some of what we saw there.
Yeah.
With a few of those turnovers.
Okay.
Anytime a player is tackled on a rugby pitch, they go down to the ground, they have an option to make one move. 99% of the time, that one move is to turn and place the ball back to their team. The other 1%, just a little bit of trivia, I guess, is that they can move that ball forward. If they're near the goal line, they can go ahead and place the ball over and score that try.
Yeah.
But if they're close and they reach for that try and they don't quite make it, they've already made their one move. They're not allowed to make 2 moves. They can't turn and give the ball back to their team at that point. So it's a pretty risky thing unless they're very, very close and they know they can make it. What we saw out here is a player getting tackled, turning to give the ball back to their team, and then a teammate will come up and stand over top of them. That's the beginning of a ruck.
Mm-hmm.
It's a competition between both teams. They come down, they come against each other up in the head and shoulder and neck area, which is the one kind of exception to staying away from the head and the neck.
Yeah.
But that ruck, both players can come into that, push each other back and forth, and try to push each other over the player that's been tackled and over the ball.
Okay.
If one pushes the other, the teammate behind him can go ahead and grab it. Those players that are engaging each other and pushing back and forth in the ruck, they're not allowed to put their hand down and touch the ball.
Okay.
They're prevented from doing that. So kind of think of it like linemen in a football game, the offensive line and the defensive line, and they're pushing and pushing and pushing, and the ball's under their feet, but they're not allowed to touch it.
Yeah.
Once they do push somebody over, their teammates can come behind them and pick that ball up. The team on offense, when they're tackled, should have the advantage in a ruck, theoretically.
Yeah.
Their momentum is going from left to right. Their teammates are running with them left to right. They get tackled, and their teammates right there, right behind them. So when the ball's getting placed down back to their team, they come running over, and they have all that momentum to secure the ball and set it up for their teammate behind them. But if the team on attack isn't there in time, the defense can just step right up and step over and grab that ball.
Yeah.
If there's no ruck, it's open for them to come and steal it away. And we saw that a number of times here. We also saw some great counter rucks, the defensive ruck, where they were able to push that player back, and then their teammate comes up behind them and steals away that ball. That was really fun bit of rugby. Not as many knocks as I expected with the amount of rain that we have and this temperatures.
Yeah. Yeah, that was a really fun game to watch. Really start off the tournament right. So now we are going to be kicking off our next game here. We have Central Washington and Montana State. And I think you were saying Central Washington was nationally ranked.
Well, Central Washington is always tough, especially in women's sevens. Look for them to make a big push throughout the day. I would expect them to be the top contender in this tournament.
Yeah, and right away they get it right on the side, and wow, you may be right, Rich. Central Washington with the try within the first 15 seconds. I can't see what number she is, but she is fast. She ran by the whole defense.
That looked like just the luck of the bounce.
Yeah.
Off that restart, or off the kickoff there. No. Good effort on the kick. Looked like she just pushed it a little bit. So
Yeah, and maybe the rain's playing a little bit of trouble with the kicks here. I don't think we've seen one made yet.
Kicks are definitely challenging in rugby with the drop kick style, kicking sevens, and especially in this rain.
Yeah, I bet. And now we have Central Washington kicking off. Montana State with the ball. Recovered back by Central Washington, or Montana State. Good tackle by Central Washington. And recovered by Central Washington, and a kickback, and they might score. Oh, was that a forward pass? It may have been.
It looked like a forward pass, but before that, the referee had him under advantage.
Okay.
There's a penalty, and it's the secondary signal looks like not releasing. So in a tackle, when that player is tackled to the ground, they have to release that tackled player right away so that that player can make their move and put that ball back to their teammate. If they just sit on them and take their sweet time getting off, the referee is likely to call a penalty for that.
So right there, they got to get off of them right away.
As quick as they can.
Gotcha. And it looks like Central Washington's trying to make it to the right sideline here.
That advantage for the knock there.
Ooh.
Unlucky. Even the best teams are going to struggle with the amount of rain in this cold temperature.
Yeah, it may be hard to see there on the stream on the screen, but it's coming down. It's coming down right now pretty steadily.
It's a very fine rain,
but
there's a lot of it. I'm sure those girls are all very cold.
Yeah. Got to be staying warm on the sidelines, but they are out there running their tails off, so they're a little bit warmer than us, maybe. We got a scrum here. Recovered by Central Washington. They might try to break down the left sideline. If they get it to, she looks fast, and we might see another try here. How far could she make it? Okay, and we have another try for Central Washington. You may be right. They're looking good.
Yeah, the difference in what I'm seeing there, the crispness of their passes, you just see those tight spirals, the timing, the communication. You may have noticed the volume difference. So what we can hear Central Washington and the chatter that they have going on down there on the pitch compared to that last match. These girls are just screaming their guts out there, making sure that they're in the right position and talking to their teammates, communicating. If I've got the ball and I'm running forward, I'm looking at the defense. I'm not looking back at my teammates. I need my teammates talking and talking, keeping it up.
Communication is key.
The communication is so critical in a game like this, and you can really hear it with Central Washington.
Yeah. And Central Washington to kick off. Montana State with the recovery. Let's see if they can get some offense going here. Central Washington is just right on them. Can they make a break for the left sideline? Great defense by Central Washington.
The referee made a couple of secondary signals there. I'm not sure if that was not releasing or not coming through the gate, but either way, Montana State ball off the penalty.
And Central Washington just seems to be right on them the second they get that ball. Still Montana State possession.
That's going to be a knock. Central's ball.
Gotcha. And you said that was a knock by Central Washington?
Knock by Montana State.
It looks like we're going to a scrum here. Recovered by Central Washington.
Look, I mean, just the passes that Central Washington is making like that.
Oh, yeah.
That is such a good pass.
Yeah, that's really crisp. And it looks like they're going to get in for another try.
That's going to her right, meaning she's passing with her left.
Yeah.
And just the spiral, the timing, the depth. In the rain, Central Washington's very impressive in this first half of this first game of theirs.
Yeah, this is really impressive to watch, and they look like they have great chemistry.
Now, if we could get the number or name of that girl with the white scrum cap, I think she scored all of their tries so far. Is that three for three?
Yeah, she's doing really good. And it looks like they're giving her a little bit of a breather right before the half.
And yeah, number 11 on Central is something else to watch. Not only has she scored all their tries, she's done it on both sides of the pitch.
Yeah.
Normally you've got one position on one side and one position on the other. 7's is a little bit more fluid. You have to be able to run and be a part of any part of the field, the pitch. She's really done that. She's been on both sides.
Yeah.
And scored from both sides.
Yeah, and I see what you mean with the crisp passes, because you can, not to knock Montana State, but Central Washington's passes are just looking a lot more crisp.
Yeah, nothing bad about Montana State. They're a great team. They just got their hands full with Central.
Yeah. And again, that rain really playing a difference.
There's an opportunity for Montana State.
Oh, can she break it through? Oh, so close, but good defense by Central.
Yeah, there's the turnover.
Recovered by Central. Can they score without their star player 11?
We got an injured player on the ground.
But they're still playing. She's still on her feet. Oh, taken down just short. But recovered back by Central. And another try. Wow. 20 points in the first half here, folks.
We're just a touch over 7. Expect the kick in a halftime.
Wow, and we do have an injured player there for Montana State. Hopefully everything's good.
And we talked about this a little bit before
Yeah.
the broadcast, Andrew. If there's an injured player, a lot of times the ref is going to allow them to continue to play while that injured player is laying out there.
Yeah.
Quite a bit different than a lot of the sports that
I was going to say,
watch
much different than
the United States.
Yeah, much different than basketball or soccer, as we see with a lot of the dramatic stops.
The dramatic injuries.
Yes, the dramatic injuries. We don't see that here in rugby, though.
Yeah.
And we are now at halftime here of our second game of the evening.
And they did make that conversion, so it's 22-0. Central up over Montana State's A side.
And if you're just tuning in right now, I am one of your hosts, Andrew Vincent. I'm alongside my co-host, Rich, and it is April 1st, and we are watching the Fool's Gold Rugby 7's at Lincoln Turf Field here in Boise, Idaho.
Yeah, Andrew, it's been a very wet spring here in Boise over the last month, if you could call this spring, because it still feels like winter. It's only 39 degrees here. It's raining. Boise got 3 inches of snow a couple days ago. Down here in the valley, the ski resort right here above town, only a 30-minute drive away, got 2 feet of snow. When's winter going to be done? When are we going to get spring? And when are we going to enjoy some spring rugby?
Your guess is as good as mine. I hope it's soon, though, because I am getting cold and annoyed with the cold. Well, going into the second half, do you see any improvements that Montana State could potentially make, or is Central Washington too just much of a powerhouse?
I haven't seen too many glaring mistakes that Montana State's making there. The only chance they have to slow down Central is to make sure that they're on that defense, marking up each player, not leaving any player open in those gaps. As soon as Central has a player out in the open, a gap with somebody missing on defense, their passes are so clean and so quick, they're going to expose those gaps. So Montana State just needs to make sure that they're keeping their eyes up on the defense and not eyes down on the action that's happening necessarily right in front of them. It's
Yeah,
very easy
see the bigger picture.
with the tackles, with the action, with the passes to get your eyes distracted and be looking the wrong direction, and then you look up and all of a sudden you're not guarding anybody.
Yeah.
If they have that kind of momentary lapse in their vision, Central's going to exploit it over and over. They're just too quick and too wide with their passes, even on this rainy day.
Yeah. And it looks like here to start the second half, Montana State will be kicking off to Central Washington. Kickoff recovered by Central. But right there is Montana State.
So the penalty, she made a couple of different moves on the ground, didn't release that ball on the ground as she's required to, so ref's quick to do it. Penalties come quick, and the ref's ready to go to the action going right away again in 7's. It's a fast-paced game, and the referee's keeping up with that fast pace.
Very fast pace, and Montana State's closing in here on the goal.
And then we lost the ball on a knock. It's going to be a turnover, and Central's put in at the scrum. Just when Montana State's hitting a little bit of pressure, the rain boogeyman's getting in there.
Yes. And I don't know if I see number 11 out there for Central Washington. Maybe she's still grabbing a breather. Recovered by Central Washington from the scrum. Looks like they may be trying to make it down the left. If she's got a breakaway speed, she might be able to beat her. It's going to be close.
Oh,
what a great
pass.
Great pass. And it's going to be a walk into the try for Central Washington. Wow. What a great pass there. And she'll just walk in.
You know,
set it down.
She can take her time, Andrew. She has nobody near her. She's kind of teasing or taunting and begging them to come down here and try to tackle me while I stand in goal.
Yeah.
She's given the rest of her team a breather by doing that, delaying the game a little bit, but in a legal way. Gives everybody a chance to catch their breath, and then she goes ahead and puts that down.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's thinking smart if you're Central Washington, because that was a long run. That was a breakaway run and a really great pass. I thought she was going to beat her down the sideline, but really great pass to throw it back into the middle and break away.
In a game where the score was close, it was a tight match, you'd want to score that right away, make your kick right away, and then get back here and try to get the ball again. In this kind of game, it's 29-0 now. Central's up over Montana State. They're just doing anything they can. Just go ahead and run that 7 minutes out and get this game over.
Oh, and maybe a slippery ball there. Montana State wasn't able to recover.
Well, obvious knock by Montana State there. The referee had advantage just for a moment, and Central recovered that ball. I wish that ref would allow Central to have the advantage and continue to play a little bit longer under that advantage, but that's his call, and he decided to blow the whistle.
Wow, what a breakthrough by Central Washington to get right through the defense. And we are seeing another try scored by Central Washington. They are running up the score, folks.
I don't know if we're going to see Central's number 11 come out and put the razzle-dazzle on for a few more tries. When I coach 7's, the fun thing about a game like this is you knew you're going to get a chance for all of your players to get into the game.
Yeah.
That's the worst thing as a coach, is to travel from Central, come over here to Boise with 12 or 13 or 14, however many are on their roster today, and then only play 7 or 8 or 9 of your players. You want to give everybody that play time, and it just doesn't always happen. A score like this, you can get everybody in. That's kind of fun.
Let's see if Montana State can get on the scoreboard here. Oh, almost was able to make it down the sideline there, but Central Washington is really looking good on their defense. And they got the left side if they can get it to her. They might be able to. Montana State is there, though. Good defense. Recovered by Central. They may try to be going down the right side now. Oh, great tackle.
High tackle. Referee's got it under advantage. And he'll go ahead and award that penalty because Central wasn't getting anywhere.
Oh, and she runs right past the defense. Another try scored for Central Washington.
Brilliant bit of penalty play there, Andrew. So on a penalty, the ref's going to go ahead and put his arm up high to indicate that it's a penalty versus just an advantage, his arm down low. Once the referee got his arm up high, Central went and grabbed the ball and have to restart it by hitting it on their foot. That's how we restart every part of the game. So whether it's a restart in the middle with a kick or a restart from a penalty, they have to tap it off their foot.
Okay.
The other team has to be back 10 meters during that time.
Okay.
If they're not back and you're there,
You can just go.
you can just go, and they're not technically not allowed to tackle you. Sometimes it happens, and then there'll be an additional penalty.
Okay.
But in that situation, Central's tapping that ball, going quick, running right by Montana State there, who's not allowed to even touch her for that first 10 meters, and that's the result of it. You just walk in for a try.
So in this situation right here, it looks like it didn't go 10 meters, so would that just be...
Turnover and Montana State ball. So it's similar to a penalty. You can see his arm is only up partway.
Yeah.
That's, I'm blanking on the term right now. It's not a free kick, excuse me.
Okay.
It's a free kick rather than a penalty when his arm's up partway like that. So it's Montana's ball to kick and restart the action.
Gotcha.
Ref's got us under a knock advantage right now.
Oh, and if she can... Oh, she might do it herself. What? Actually, no. She's going to have a pass. And another try for Central Washington. Wow.
Now, I wish that I knew these players' names and had a bit more than their numbers, Andrew. The thing that I loved about that play is you saw that developing. You saw that 3-on-1 opportunity. Yep. Central was racing towards that single defender on Montana State, but then did you see the girl with the ball made that first fake pass?
She made the fake, yeah.
And it got the defender to step outside a little bit. She went back inside, but as soon as she was caught, she came back.
Yeah.
Most people see that girl that ran down there and scored the try. At the end of the game, they might say, hey, how many tries did you score? And they go, hey, I scored 2 or 3.
Yeah.
I like to give the credit to that girl that took that ball, sucked that defender up to her position, and then gave that brilliant pass and set up her teammate for that score. That's the girl that gets the credit in that situation.
100%, yeah. Great teamwork there for Central Washington. It looks like
That'd be another knock.
Deep kick there for Central,
And
but I think that is the end of the game here for Central Washington, Montana State, our second game of the evening, and final score 46-0. So you're right, Rich. Central Washington may be the front runner in this tourney.
Yeah, I fully expect Central to be in that championship match. We'll see as the play develops. You never know with 7's. You never know on a rainy day like today. A couple of knocks, a couple penalties, and it can go the other direction. But if everything goes to their plan, we'll see them later on in that championship match.
Well, that was an exciting game.
Yeah, it was fun, and we learned a little bit more about penalties and being back 10, kickoffs.
Hopefully we can see some chats. I'm not sure if people are leaving comments, because we'd love to respond to anyone tuning in.
Yeah, just as a reminder, parents and fans, no matter where you're at watching this on YouTube, if you would go ahead, send in a comment or a chat. We'd love to give a shout out for any of your women that you're watching here today. If you have any questions for us about who's playing when, what time, or how these matches are progressing, go ahead and send those chats and comments in, and we'll get those read here soon.
And then it looks like for our next game, we're going to be watching Boise State again, and now they will be playing Southern Utah.
Yeah, again, this is the same team that Boise State fielded in that first match, Boise State's B-side. And Southern Utah.
And the rain's still coming down pretty hefty here. And again, for anyone tuning in, I am one of your hosts, Andrew Vincent, alongside here, Rich, and we are watching the Fool's Gold Rugby 7's here at Lincoln Turf Field in Boise, Idaho.
Has it warmed up any, Andrew? When we started this broadcast, we were at 39 degrees.
Let's check that weather.
It wouldn't surprise me if it's still 39 because it's a dreary, overcast day with just a light drizzle. Well, it's a fine rain, but there's an awful lot of it. It's making some havoc on those players.
Yeah, still 39 degrees, but it looks like it's going to rain the rest of the day. So these players better get comfortable with how that may be affecting their play with the ball and catching and passing and all of those other things.
All right, for our third match of the day, Boise State in white going left to right. Southern Utah in red going right to left.
And we'll see if Boise State can get their second win of the match, or of the tournament. Kickoff to Southern Utah. And she's going up the middle. Recovered back by Southern Utah. And she is just pushing girls off of her. She might do it herself. She might take it all the way. Boise, oh, but she makes it. Good score there by Southern Utah. She did that all herself.
Yeah, there was some good, strong running that pushed through those gaps. Boise State, if their tackles are going to be up a little bit higher and they don't go down low and wrap up those legs, they're going to see that over and over. Yeah. Hopefully Boise State adjusts, gets their tackles down around the knees, on the thighs to make sure that Southern Utah doesn't have those kind of breakthroughs and breakaways.
Yeah. And here we... Oh, just short there on the kick. A good angle.
Not even a minute in, Southern Utah 5-0.
Yeah.
Over the Boise State B side.
So it looks like Boise State B might be facing their first challenge of the day, or their first deficit of the day. Mm-hmm. Let's see how they respond here. So Southern Utah to kick off to Boise State now. Recovered.
Uh-oh, there's the knock.
Yep, that's a knock. And again, you never know, that rain really might be affecting the grip on that ball.
I'm sure it is. Their hands, my hands are cold up here in the booth with gloves on.
Yep. Looks like we got a scrum. Recovered by Southern Utah. Looks like they may be trying to make it down the right sideline. They can get it to her. Can she shake her off? Oh, she might be able to. And she will score. Southern Utah, another try, 2 minutes into the ball game.
Well, I just love the passes that they had in that, coming out of that scrum, a set piece. I'm sure they had a play drawn up. The play just turned out to be, hey, pass it fast as you can and get it out wide to our fast player. I'm sure that the girl in the green shoes, we'll just have to call her the girl in the green shoes since we don't have rosters up here. But that was pretty exciting for her to fend off that attempt at a tackle and then run in and score it herself.
Yeah, that was a little stiff arm action right there. So, real quick, 2 minutes and 45 seconds into this ball game, Boise State, after winning their first match, is now down 10-0 to Southern Utah. And now another kickoff to Boise State from Southern Utah. We'll see if they can respond. Recovered by Boise State. Shaking off some tackles here. Oh. And here we go. Recovered by Boise State. Trying to make it down the right sideline, but may reverse it. Looks like they are trying to reverse it. Good recovery. But Southern Utah is just right there. Oh, if she can get it to her.
You got the space now. She can make that final pass.
That final pass was the tough one.
Yeah.
Good defense there.
The defense definitely got pulled in around that second to last tackle. You could see they were really bunched up. They had 4 red jerseys right there. Boise State had 2 players out on the wide. If they could just get that ball passed out to that final wing position, chances are she runs down and scores. But making that final pass in this rain has just been so tough today for a lot of teams.
Yeah. It looks like we got another scrum here at about the halfway or the midpoint of the field.
Okay. Can you hear that, Randy? You're going to lose 3 here.
Let's see who can recover. Southern Utah with the recovery. If she can make this pass, she's got an open field.
There it is.
Can she make it? Does she have the speed? I think she does. Oh, no, she went back into the defender. But she gets it back to her teammate. Good pass back. Let's see if Southern Utah's real close here. Let's see if they can make it in. Oh, she might have the sideline, but great defense there by Boise. Recovered by Boise. Way to hold off the score there. And they may have the numbers if they can get past. Oh, and a kick there. Oh, she might have the sideline, but Boise State is making a recovery. She's not giving up. Wow, Boise State is showing some heart right now. But recovered by Southern Utah. And another try for Southern Utah. Wow, what a turn of events there.
It's not uncommon to see some kicking like that during the match in 7s. It's very, very common. A little bit less common on a day like today with this kind of rain. You just run a little bit of a risk. Maybe Boise State's thinking, hey, if we kick it down there, Southern Utah's playing in the rain just like we are. We can get them to bobble the ball. That'll be our ball all the way down here. Unfortunately, when they did that kick, their defense, Boise State's defense, just didn't adjust quick enough, left that gap for Southern Utah to run down the side. And of course, a couple of plays later, they're walking in for another try. It's 17-0 now, Southern Utah.
Yeah, and in that scenario, is Boise State able to recover, or does Southern Utah have to touch the ball first after the kick?
It's a live ball. Either team can touch it. There is an onside and an offside. So the player that kicks the ball has to progress and run up, or their teammates behind them can run and progress. But if there's anybody in front of the player that kicks the ball, they're offsides and have to get behind the person that kicked.
Gotcha.
Or somebody else that was behind the kicker has to put them onsides by running past them. But if there's somebody in front of them, they can't kick the ball up to a teammate in front of them.
Gotcha. And it looks like we got another scrum here. Boise State really looking to get a score here before the end of the first half. This might be their last. But it's recovered by Southern Utah. They really don't want to give up another score here.
There's the knock. That'll be a dead ball and end of the half.
Yep. As predicted. End of the half there. So going into halftime, Southern Utah up 17-0 on Boise State.
You never know if it's going to be the end of the half in a situation like that. It should be. We're 7.5 minutes in when the ref blew that whistle. But keep in mind, rugby's a little bit like soccer. The referee's ultimately the one in charge and is keeping track of any kind of stoppage or dead ball time. They can add on a little bit of extra time at the end. They might add on a minute in 7s. Sometimes I've seen it go as many as 2, which is really, really odd and strange. But it just depends on what's been going on in the game, how many kind of penalties and issues. There wasn't really any issues there, so I'm sure he got the call in from the sideline, and they said, hey, bub, the 7 minutes is up. Blow your whistle and let's get to half.
Yeah. Well, another great game of rugby here. Boise State looking to bounce back here in the second half, though. Do you see any improvements that they could potentially make?
Boy, some of the things that I've seen with Boise State is their support is outrunning the ball carrier.
Okay.
Rugby, every pass has to be made backwards, and it's very, very challenging for players at every level to want to just run full speed. They're running and they're ready. They want that pass so that when they get the pass, they're running at full speed. But then when the pass isn't there, their momentum and that speed carries them past the ball carrier, and it's so difficult to recover and get back behind your teammate, the one with the ball, and get back into a position where you can help your team. Because once you're in front of the ball carrier, you're worthless to your team in this sport.
Yeah.
Boise State needs to do a little bit better job with some of that communication, the timing on their passes, and making sure they're taking advantage of those players that are sprinting up. Because if they miss that opportunity, you've just taken that one person out of the game for 10, 15 seconds, which is a lot in a game of sevens.
Yeah. Southern Utah looking good. They've made a couple of their players have really just done it themselves, and either with speed or the stiff arm, they've gotten in there for a try.
Yeah, I'm impressed with Southern Utah, their ball movement in that first half. I'd sure like to see a little bit more of that ball movement, a little bit quicker. When they have those opportunities, they had a few opportunities with some space on the outside, and to be able to move that ball quick is just so critical in these kind of sevens tournaments. Cold weather, still a little bit rainy here. It's just coming down ever so slightly, just enough to keep everybody cold and wet, cold and damp.
It's lightened up a tad, but it's still drizzling out here. So these girls got to be cold out there, but they're fighting through it. And kickoff by Southern Utah to Boise.
Yeah, there's the whistle, of course, the knock. We're going to have a scrum down near the 22.
Looks like Southern Utah wasn't aware of that at first. So here we go with the scrum.
Can you hear me?
Recovered by Southern Utah. She is running through Boise State herself right now. Oh my goodness. She has been doing this for about 10 yards. Recovered by Southern Utah. Good defense there by Boise State, though, to hold them off from that try. Now Boise State's possession. Whoa. Looks like a kick out of bounds there.
So what we saw there, Andrew, is a penalty against Southern Utah.
Okay.
Boise State's ball, when it's Boise State's ball under penalty, they can kick the ball down the pitch as far as they can, and if the ball goes out of bounds, then you're going to have a line out that's Boise State's ball. They continue to have possession of the ball, so they were able to gain another 15 or so meters of territory.
Yeah.
And we restart with a line out from out of bounds.
Gotcha. So let's see if Boise State has anything planned there, but throws it right to Southern Utah.
Southern Utah just wisely jumped as soon as that ball was thrown. They took away that space, took away the ball.
But ripped away by number 9 on Boise State. Oh, but somehow lands with Southern Utah. A lot going on there on the right sideline. Boise State possession, though. Let's see if they can get a try on the board. Recovered by Boise State. Oh, a little bit far on the pass back.
No, penalty against Utah State. I'm not sure what the penalty was. I didn't see it. And I don't see a secondary call by the referee to help us out here. Either way, Boise State ball. And there's the restart.
Here we go. You may want to see a little bit more passing there. Let's see if they can get it on the right sideline. Runs through the defender. Recovered by Boise. They got numbers on the left if they can make it. Teammates a little bit far behind. Great catch. Let's see if she's got the speed. Goes back up the middle. Oh, almost had the catch there. And number 7 for Boise State might be able to break away here for the first. Oh, and she loses the ball. I think the rain got to her there, Rich.
That's just unlucky. Boise State looking to put their first 5 on the scoreboard. And the rain is definitely affecting everybody.
Wow. That has got to hurt if you're Boise State. That was going to be a big score to keep them in this game.
Those fundamentals are very critical on a day like today. One of those fundamentals, run with the ball in 2 hands.
Yeah, I think she saw the goal and maybe lost.
She got a little bit of white line fever and might have forgot a fundamental there.
Will got too excited.
Yeah, feel bad for her. Hopefully Boise State can put something together, because you're 4.5 minutes into this half. Boise State down 17-0.
Yeah.
They've got to put something together here quickly.
Yeah, they got to get a couple quick scores. Looks like we're going into a scrum here. Let's see if they can get possession.
7's is wild. I've seen matches where you get 3 tries scored in a minute. You never really know with 7's just how quick it can happen. But considering Boise State's sitting on a goose egg.
Good fake there by number 7. She's putting the spin moves on, but loses the ball. And oh no, if Southern Utah has the speed here, they may break away, and she does. But Boise State's not giving up. Can she recover? She's not giving up. Oh, but Southern Utah makes it for the try. Great effort there by Boise State to fight, though.
Yeah, the turnovers are just killing Boise State. There was a knock there. Southern Utah recovered that. They make a couple of passes in space. The opportunity for either team to score on a turnover is much higher than any other time during the match. During the play, Boise State has the ball. They're working from one side of the field to the other, trying to build pressure, say, on the far side from where we're viewing up here. And then there's a turnover. You've got all of your team over there, and all of a sudden you have to switch your mentality from attack to defense. And if you don't recover and get your team back spread out across the field, and Southern Utah takes advantage of that turnover much quicker, they're going to find that space, and that's what we saw there. Just a lot of room to run, a lot of space, and Southern Utah puts another 5 on the board.
Yep. And it looks like with about 30 seconds left, well, maybe a little bit more run time, but maybe over for Boise State here. But let's see if they can put something on the board to end the game. Because currently it is 22-0, Southern Utah leading Boise State. But recovered by Southern Utah on the kick to Boise State. Oh, and a little push there.
Knock advantage to Boise State.
Oh! Great defense right back, but recovered by Boise State. If they can swing that ball fast, they got the right side of the field. But good defense by Southern Utah. Let's see if Boise State can make something happen here. She's close to that sideline. She can shake off this defender. Oh no, and another turnover there for Boise State. It's just been killing them.
Well, we're well over the 7-minute mark now, Andrew. Southern Utah could go out of bounds.
Oh, she
but
breaks away here.
they've got other things.
She's got
in
one more
mind.
defender to beat, but she may run to the side. Can she get in? Maybe just short. It's hard to see from where I'm standing.
It sounds like the assistant referee on the sideline may be helping him out. Sounds like maybe they lost the ball going into the goal and knocked the ball on, so no try.
Interesting.
Turnover and a Boise State ball. The ref
Also-
should just blow the whistle and end the game.
Yeah, interesting. We're still going here because we're about a minute and a half over the 7-minute mark.
Yeah, he should be blowing the whistle and ending this, but here we are in rugby. The referee is always the person in charge,
Yeah.
and if they decide that we've got another play or two to make, we're going to all play another play or two.
They might let Southern Utah get in here. But not if Boise State has anything to say about it. Oh. Little fight for the ball there. We're covered by Boise State. But Southern Utah is just right on them, not letting them break away.
We see how many defenders Southern Utah has stacked in the middle there, Andrew.
Yeah.
As long as Boise State continues to try to run into that, they're just going to get those same results. Boise State really needs to get that ball out wide and take advantage of that space.
And Southern Utah may get in here for another try, and they do. Wow, we are now at 9.5 minutes, 2.5 minutes over that 7-minute mark, but Southern Utah gets the try, and 27-0 against Boise State.
Yeah, and again, Andrew, I don't have the information in front of me for this tournament, but it's very common. I'm sure that it's probably a bonus point for Southern Utah when they've scored either 4 tries or 5 tries. It's probably 4 tries, and they're going to get a bonus point. All the points come out of pool play and affect seeding. The top 4 teams from today are going to be in those championship bracket. And what time do we have that coming up? That's going to be later on today around...
Looks like 2:40 and 3 o'clock.
Yeah, so the whole playoff seeding starts at 1:40,
Yeah.
2 o'clock, 2:40, and 3 o'clock. So those are going to be the exciting matches to see who takes home that. Is there a pot of gold on Fool's Gold?
The Fool's Gold trophy. But tough game there for Boise State, you know, after winning the first one. But looks like Southern Utah was just a little bit more to handle than Montana State.
Yeah, for some reason. I don't know if we can blame it at all on the weather, but Boise State just had a hard time clicking and getting things going in that match. Unlucky to come out of that with nothing on the board.
Yeah, tough time keeping possession, and you definitely have to think that the rain and the cold has something to do with that.
It certainly does affect everybody. I didn't see Central struggling with it earlier.
Yeah.
They looked amazing in spite of this rain and cold weather. Southern Utah looked really good there.
Mm-hmm. And so that was our 3rd game of the evening. We're closing in here pretty soon on our 4th game of the evening, which is now Boise State A versus the Colorado State.
3rd game of the evening. What time zone are you from, mate?
Oh.
We're still morning?
4th game. Oh, I'm just waking up here, Rich. Shoot.
Somebody get some coffee delivered to Andrew. All right, now Boise State's A side coming up against Colorado State.
Yep.
Colorado State, I'm expecting them to be very, very good in this tournament as well. Boise State's a good team. Colorado has done some incredible things developing girls and women's rugby over the last 10 years, and look for them to be very dynamic.
Well, they're looking good right off the bat. They look fast, but Boise State is right there to keep them from breaking away. But recovered back by Colorado State. Maybe trying to make it down the right sideline. Looks like they don't have the numbers, though. Boise State with some great defense gets the turnover. Or, let's see here. Diving for that ball is Colorado State.
Yeah,
wow.
the knock before the dive.
Yeah.
You're not supposed to be diving for that ball. You're supposed to be playing rugby on your feet. And I also thought she was coming from the side. Again, when the ball is down and you have 2 players that are rucking, that kind of creates an offside line. Nobody can come around from the side of that during a ruck. She came around the side and the ref allowed it to play. The ball must have been out.
And let's see who gets to this ball. Recovered by Colorado State. Uh-oh, do we have an injury? We may have an injury for Colorado State right now. But as you said, will they play on here?
They will, Andrew. If there's an injury, the ref's going to tell them, hey, if you don't like it, sub your player out, bring on somebody else, but the game's got to go on. They're going to bring the ball up to the 22, the end result from the ball being kicked into goal.
Well, it looks like she's gotten up, and maybe she was just a little bit shaken up from the fall. But I don't see any limp. She's slowly making her way.
I hate to see anybody get injured, but that restart kicked into touch, meaning kicked out of bounds. Boise State
kicking off, or kicking it to Colorado, goes out of bounds. Whoa, that may have gone over the fence. It did. It's in the street. Wow. Looks like they're throwing a new ball out there, though.
Yeah, I'm not sure what I missed there, Andrew. There must have been a penalty because Boise State opted to kick that ball out of bounds. You remember what we talked about earlier? Under a penalty, if the team kicks the ball downfield and out of bounds, then they can have a line out from that position. So Boise State with the line out a few more meters closer to the goal.
Yeah. Looks like Boise State's, oh, just a little bit short on the pass there.
Something the referee didn't like there.
Yeah.
I heard the whistle. I haven't seen a signal, but I'm guessing a knock.
May have been.
Nope, now he's got his arm up for a short arm penalty, meaning a free kick. Boise State back 10, and here's the restart.
Here we go. Still 0-0, 3 minutes and 23 seconds into this game. Wow, oh my, number 14 is powering through Boise State's defense. Recovered by Colorado State. Wow, look at that speed for Colorado. And she will score. That is a try for Colorado State. Wow, what a run there by number 6. She is fast.
As I mentioned earlier, Andrew, the state of Colorado has really done quite a bit for girls rugby over the last 10 years. I'm not surprised to see Colorado State show up here with a lot of talent. Obviously, not all those girls grew up and played in Colorado through high school, but for those that did, you know what I'm talking about. The programs in Colorado at the high school level are good programs year after year after year.
Yeah. And a kickoff here by Colorado State. Boise State with the recovery. Let's see if they can respond to Colorado State's first try.
Boise State juggling the ball a little bit there, but managed to keep possession for now. And then there's a turnover to Colorado State.
Colorado State here in great position, very close to the goal line. But Boise State trying to hold them off here. Let's see if they can make it in. What is the ref gonna say? Was that a try? I think it is, based off of the reaction from Colorado State's bench. I think that was a score. The scoreboard has yet to update.
Yeah, it's definitely a try, Andrew. The ref had his arm out instead of up. He usually put the arm up for a try, so
Okay.
I had a little bit of confusion. But the obvious celebration by Colorado State.
Yeah, you could hear it from up here. So, missed kick there. But 10-0, Colorado State versus Boise.
6 minutes in, got another minute in this half.
Let's see if Boise State can get a score before the half mark. But a very deep kick there by Colorado State.
All the way to the goal. That's going to bring the ball all the way back to half, Andrew, and a Boise State free kick.
Okay. And is that because that the ball was kicked so far past the line?
If it goes all the way to goal on a restart. Oh. Boise State's confused. There's been some law changes, and sometimes, depending if this was just open play and the ball got kicked into the goal, then it would have been a 22 drop, which we saw earlier in the previous match, a kick from the 22 like this. But because it was from a restart of the match from half, that's Boise State's free kick in the middle there.
Yeah.
Boise State didn't need to kick that ball away, by the way. They could have just tapped it and ran and played because it was a free kick.
Yeah, they may have been confused there.
There was certainly some confusion, and unlucky that they kicked that ball away, but such as it is, that's the end of the half.
Yep.
Colorado State up 10-0. See if Boise State's got some adjustments to make and get back in this one.
Yes, and again, if you are just tuning in, we are watching the Fool's Gold Rugby 7's here at Lincoln Turf Field in Boise, Idaho. Rain has seemed to stop, though. A little bit. Still very cold, though.
Yeah, we're still either in the high 30s or the low 40s, Andrew, and even though the rain stopped, there's a little bit of a breeze. It's very chilly to be out here playing rugby today.
Yeah, and again, to anyone tuning in on the live stream, we can read your comments here. So I see that we got a shout out to Karenna, number 5 on Central Washington. Uncle Ray. Uncle Ray's watching. We got the Amayutene family. Sorry for butchering that name. But we'd love to read your guys' comments if you want to shout out anyone that you're watching, or during these halftime moments when you get a break from the games. We'd love to interact with you guys.
Let me take a crack at that one. Rena Tinio-Samoa from Central Washington. Love the Southern Cali. Yeah, I'm not going to try that last one.
Yeah, I think we might both butcher that.
Great start, Wildcats. Any chance you can add a scoreboard? I'm not sure that we're going to be able to add a scoreboard there, KK Highlights. Oh, maybe they did add a scoreboard, but Andrew and I are certainly going to do our best to keep you updated on the scores as we go along through these broadcasts.
Yes. And halftime over, just like that. We are coming back to the Boise State, Colorado State second half.
Man, that's the thing that I love about Rugby 7's, Andrew. It's just a minute for halftime.
Yeah.
Let's get over there, get a drink of water, make some adjustments, and right back to it.
Yep.
These 7 tournaments, the action just goes on and on and on. It never ends. It's so much fun.
Well, as a fan, this is really fun to watch with how fast-paced this is. So I am glad it's that way. And a kickoff here from Colorado State to Boise. Oh my goodness! And Boise State just shoved her out of the way. That was brutal.
That was a brutal stiff arm, Andrew.
Yeah.
Vicious.
Wow. Still good defense here by Colorado State to keep Boise from breaking away. And they get the turnover here. Let's see if they can make something happen.
Oh, the timing of that pass.
Yeah, what a delay. And a great extra pass. Can she beat the last two? No. Recovered by Boise State. She is sprinting.
Uh-oh.
Can she break away?
Uh-oh.
Oh, but number 6, the speedster is trying to catch.
Does she have the legs, Andrew?
Ah, no, that is a try for Boise State. The first one of this game.
That's just how quick it can turn around in 7's. Boise State down 10-0, recovers turns around, drives the entire length of the pitch, and now it's 5-10 with a minute into the second half. That was exciting.
Wow,
Andrew.
that was fun to watch, yeah. And number 6 there really almost caught up to her. Looking like DK Metcalf. I don't know if you know that play when he runs down the sideline and catches him, but that was impressive.
That was impressive. It's pretty common when we see that somebody has a lot of speed in that first 20 meters of running in this sport, and then they run out of gas, and there's so many fast players out there today. I really did think 6 was going to catch her, but she just didn't have it in her.
Yeah. And that puts Boise State right back in this ball game, and a great position to tie this up or maybe take the lead. And a kickoff here, recovered by Colorado. Oh no, and she breaks right away off of the first interaction with defenders. And she is gonna walk this in here. That is a try for Colorado State.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh is right. That is now 15-5, leading Colorado State.
Yeah, 2 minutes into the half now. Colorado State up 15-5, like you said. Boise State's defense left a little gap. That there was not much room to run through, but Colorado State found it, and next thing you know, there's 5 more points on the board.
That was a quick response there by Colorado State. Let's see how Boise State responds. Kickoff. Looks like it may not make that 10-yard mark.
Correct. It did not go 10. There's the referee whistle. It'll be a free kick to Boise State.
Here we go.
Now, earlier in the game, Boise State had a situation like this, and they kicked it away. I think this one's going to seem a little bit more familiar to them. I wouldn't be surprised if they tap it and go to it themselves. That's what they should have done earlier. It's good to see that their minds are right in this part of the gameplay now.
And it looks like, oh, she's power running through this Boise State defense. And oh, wow, number 10 may break away. And she does for the try. Colorado State with another score. Wow, just like that, it is now 20-5. Colorado State with the lead. And it looks like we got some Colorado States tuning in. We see Michael, we see you. Noni watching from Waverly, Illinois, says hello.
Nice, we'd love to see the chats there on YouTube. If you're watching us and joining us today on YouTube, feel free to send in a chat, shout out your players. We'll get those questions and comments read on air a little bit later on.
And a very deep kick there by Colorado State. So let's see if Boise State learned from the last time that they were put in this position. Hopefully they don't kick it away.
It is a free kick at this point, Andrew, meaning they can kick it down, or they can tap it off their foot and it's their ball to do what they will with it. Yeah, again, like you said, hopefully they learned from that lesson earlier and they just tap this one on their foot and run some kind of a play here.
The coach may have let them know.
Yep, there
and
it is.
They have.
Good. I mean, I'm a Boise guy. I'm from here. Obviously, I want to see Boise win. This is no surprise to me. Colorado's a great culture of rugby there,
yeah.
And these Colorado State girls are really showing the depths of their program right now. Nothing but credit to Colorado State to travel over here and play the way that they're playing right now.
Yeah, they're looking really good right now. Against a good Boise State team, but they are just getting the better of them at this moment. Boise State, with the kick.
The boot.
Can she get there? Oh!
So close.
So close. Just out of the fingertips. But recovered by Colorado State. See what they can do with it. They got a free sideline here. She can make that pass. Oh, that was a hard.
Look for the card on that one, Andrews. Should be at least a yellow.
Yep. And you are correct. That is a yellow card given to Boise. Oh no, we got an injury on the field.
So in a tackle like that, I don't know if we got good video of that. but for those of you watching at home, and if you saw that tackle, she lifted her all the way up over her shoulders and then threw her down onto the ground in that tackle. The girl didn't even have the ball, but that's kind of irrelevant because she'd had the ball just previous to that. The tackle was legit. What's illegal is as soon as you get a player up in the air and off their feet, it's the full responsibility of the tackler to bring that person back down to the ground safely.
Gotcha.
We always would teach our players, you better put that player down like you're laying a baby into a bassinet. Don't drop them on their head. Don't drop them on their shoulders. If they have any kind of contact with their head or their shoulders going to the ground because the tackler got them up into the air and did that, then you're looking at a red card. But because she went down, it looks like the ref didn't see it. I didn't see a hit to her head or her shoulders. She went down on her back or her legs. Then we're just looking at a yellow card, and Boise State's out a player for the next 2 minutes, which is the rest of the match.
Yeah. And hopefully, I can't see her number, but I'm hoping she's okay because that was a hard fall, especially it looked like her head whipped back a little bit there, so hopefully no concussion.
All right, we're back at the action, a minute to go in the match. Colorado State up 20-5 over Boise State. Colorado State in green, Boise State in blue.
And Colorado State has the number here. If they can break away,
that's going to be a penalty. You remember what I talked about? Yeah, you can't run in front of the ball carrier. She ran in front of her. That's obstruction, and the ref's right on top of that.
Yeah, good call. Let's see if Boise State.
Oh, great passes by Boise State to get it out there wide. Cold hands, a little bit of rain. Who knows what affected it on that last one? Unlucky for Boise State.
Unlucky. And Colorado State here looking to put one more on the board.
Penalty against Boise State. I think it's a penalty for being offside. So
even if they didn't have the ball? Oh.
It looks
kicking
to be
it over the fence there. Colorado State, I did
end
not
of the match.
And yeah, wow.
So Colorado State did have that ball. They were working their way down. Every time that there's a tackle and players are coming over each other to engage in the ruck, that sets an offside line across the length of the field, an imaginary line. But everybody on Boise State on the defense has to be back behind that line before they can run up and engage the team. It gives the offense a chance to set up their next pass, their next play. And Boise State's always retreating, or whichever team is on defense is retreating. If they don't retreat in time, or they fudge that line and jump off sides a little bit, and the ref's on top of it and sees it, he's going to give them advantage. And then if something goes sideways, he's going to blow that whistle, take it from advantage all the way to a full penalty, and that's what we saw there.
There we go. Learn something new every day. But as we saw there, ending score was 20-5. Colorado State with the win over Boise State. And it looks like we got some happy Colorado fans out there.
Colorado State fans on our YouTube. Love to see that.
Zach Naff, Colorado State. Emma Bittel, watching from Montana. Go number 12. Well, thanks for tuning in, Zach. And Jack, thank you for the support and our commentary. Anna, we also hope that number 4 is okay.
Got a family watching from Montana. Love that. Love the fans out there on YouTube telling us where you're from, watching these girls all get together here at Boise State at the Lincoln Turf Field on this cold, rainy April Fool's Day.
And that was our 4th game of the evening. Now we will be going into our 5th.
We still on evening time?
The morning. Goodness
Andrew,
gracious.
for not knowing that much about rugby, I think your commentary, your analysis has been pretty good.
Thank you.
Really good. We just get you on your morning time versus your daytime versus your evening time.
Where's that coffee, guys?
That's the smallest thing that we got to worry about.
Yes, now we're going to our 5th game of the morning with Montana State and Southern Utah. So we saw Southern Utah give Boise State some trouble in their first game, and Boise State had beaten Montana State, so we'll see if Southern Utah gets another win here.
I would expect Southern Utah to put on a show here, Andrew. This is a Montana State B-side, a good team, but Southern Utah just looked so crisp in that last match. I'd really expect them to have a chance to pour it on here in their second game, a little bit warmer. They've got some of the jitters out. Of course, unfortunately, just committed their first penalty of the match.
Yeah, Montana State here looking in great position to maybe get the first score of the game. Recovered by Southern Utah. And running through the whole team right now. We may have seen a forward pass there.
Forward pass.
Yep.
Referee's all over that, standing right next to it. So we're going to have on an unintentional forward pass like that, we're just going to have a scrum down.
We'll see who comes out with it. Will that be a redo?
He's calling an offsides when he makes that signal with his other hand, waving, alongside his body like that. He's calling offsides.
Well, Montana State with possession. Let's see if they can get the first score of the day. Great tackle there.
Looks to be a knock. Yeah, a knock by Montana State. Unlucky because they just were building a little bit of momentum there, a little bit of pressure. And the impressive thing for me at this time is that Montana State has kept the ball down in Utah State's half of the pitch. It hasn't been a score yet, but the pressure has been all Montana State.
It has been. Southern Utah with possession now, though. And oh, wow, number 9 with some breakaway speed. I think she's going to take it all the way for the fourth try of the day, or of the game, for Southern Utah.
Yeah, that unlucky for Montana State. Just like that, they've been putting pressure for 2.5 minutes on Utah State. One turnover, and that's 7's for you, Andrew. Number 8. Was that 8 or 9?
I think that was number 9 for Southern Utah.
Okay, so now 8's kicking, but boy, just one.
Or maybe I just can't see the numbers from here. I think you might be right, actually. I think that is the same girl.
One breakaway, and now Utah State up 5-0. They missed the conversion, unfortunately, for Utah State. But 3 minutes into this first half, 5-0.
Southern Utah. Well, Southern Utah showing that speed right there. And now we'll kick off to Montana State and see how they respond. Montana State having some trouble keeping possession, but they break away there. I don't know if she's got the speed, but Southern Utah with the steal. Wow, what a turn of events there. Can 13 make it in?
Wow.
Wow! And she does for the try, and Southern Utah with the score.
I wish I could see what had happened there, Andrew. Obviously, we got some tents blocking. Maybe one of the other camera angles could pick that up. But Southern Utah, they had 3 people on top of that tackle, 3 people right there, a couple of them ready to snatch that ball away as soon as the opportunity presented itself. It presented, and next thing you know, another 5 points for Southern Utah.
Wow, that was a very quick change of possession right there. See if they can make the kick. A little bit short and left, but 10-0. Southern Utah leading over Montana State.
Andrew, it looks like there might be a little break in the clouds out there on the horizon.
I think you're right.
The rain's stopped, which is nice. It's still a little chilly, not any breeze.
But hopefully a little bit easier for them to be handling the ball out there, a little bit less slippery without the rain in the way. little. Oh. Okay, Southern Utah's ball.
I think he had a penalty for coming off of their feet there, Andrew. Montana State's got to keep your feet. Now another penalty for a high tackle.
Oh, wow.
Quickly
and
taken.
really quickly taking it back. Oh, and the change of direction. And puts it down. Number 6 for the score. Southern Utah. Another try.
These teams that see that kind of opportunity, Andrew, where there's a penalty, that was a penalty for a high tackle. And Montana State should, as soon as they hear that whistle and the arm goes up, should retreat back 10 as quick as they can. Because if they get caught flat-footed and they're standing around going, what happened? Why is there a penalty instead of retreating?
Yeah.
Next thing you know, Utah State, or excuse me,
Southern Utah.
Excuse me, yes, thank you. I said that earlier as well. Apologies to the fans out there in Southern Utah. Southern Utah, the player sees that, quick opportunity, she taps it off of her foot, bursts through all the Montana State players who are just standing there and not allowed to tackle her, not allowed to touch her for 10 meters.
Yeah.
That's an easy 5 for Southern Utah.
Yeah, really good awareness there by Southern Utah to just pick that ball up and run. But kickoff here to Montana State. Let's see if they can make something happen with about 30 seconds left here in the first half. Oh, but picked up by Southern Utah. Can they get another scoreboard with a half? She's got some room. She goes up the middle, and that is another score for Southern Utah right before the half. Wow, great play there.
I always like it when the fast players wear some yellow shoes, a bright scrum cap, something to help me distinguish. How many times have I seen that girl score?
Yeah.
Look for the girl in the neon yellow shoes to put a few more on, because man, she fast in that. Then the cut back, the awareness to, rather than push it outside, to cut back into the inside. That was pretty awesome.
That was, yes, some great work there by Southern Utah. And with that being 20-0, leading over Montana State.
Just want to remind all of the fans out there watching from all over the country, 6 teams here coming to play in the Fool's Gold 7's tournament here at Boise State on this April Fool's. We've got a couple of teams from Boise, a couple of teams from Montana State, Southern Utah, Colorado State, and I already said Montana State. These teams have traveled from all over, and if you're a fan watching from any of those areas or watching your daughters, these players out here, go ahead and send us a comment on YouTube. We'd love to hear those shout outs. Call out your favorite player, ask us any questions that you have regarding the sport or the teams. What we're doing today, what me and Andrew are doing today, is standing up on one of the upper decks of the parking garage right across from this Boise State Lincoln turf field.
Yep.
It's about 41, 42 degrees and a bit chilly for rugby, but we're seeing some great action.
Yeah.
First time watching rugby so far. What's your assessment so far?
I think I'm a fan. I think that especially with how fast-paced these 7's games are, it's just fun to watch. I knew nothing about rugby coming into this game, and despite that, I love what I'm watching. And I think all these teams are really competing, and it's really fun to watch because you know that they're fighting the cold, the rain,
for sure.
That's gotta be hurting on your hands, your feet, but they're out there fighting.
I don't know if you knew, Andrew, but rugby for a long time was an Olympic sport. It just got added back into the Summer Olympics a few years back.
I saw that, yeah.
And this is the version that they play in the Olympics is 7's. It's much more friendly for TV, for a TV audience. The games are fast-paced. The action's fast-paced. Yeah. There's nothing but excitement throughout the whole match. And so, thanks again to everybody tuning in and watching this on YouTube and letting us announce it.
And coming back here for the second half, leading 20-0, Southern Utah over Montana State. They are kicking off to Montana State. Here we go. Montana State really trying to get something going here. Southern Utah's defense is smothering.
Penalty for the high tackle. Taken quickly and not
and met immediately by Southern Utah. Wow, and the fake away. Number 10 will take it all the way for the try. Southern Utah with another score.
That one surprised me a little bit, Andrew. I saw the penalty. I saw the referee's signal. I saw the quick tap, and Montana, we were watching Montana State here, right?
Southern Utah. Or wait.
So I saw Montana State tap that ball quick and go, and Utah State was supposed to be back 10 at that moment that she taps it off of her foot. I didn't think she was quite back that far. The referee saw something that he liked. He agreed with it. He let it play on.
Yeah.
That was a smashing tackle and a quick turnover for Utah State, or Southern Utah. My apologies, I keep saying that.
Yeah.
A quick turnover after that smashing tackle for Southern Utah to just drive down there and score again.
100%. And now we're looking at a 27-0 lead over Montana State for Southern Utah. It's going to be, I don't know, it's going to be a long road to come back in this one for Montana State. And we may be watching another try here for Southern Utah as they do break away. And another score. Wow.
From what we saw earlier, Southern Utah playing Boise State, I really expected to see Southern Utah do what they're doing in this match as well.
Yeah, now it is 32-0 for Southern Utah.
Coming up in our next match, Andrew, we've got Colorado State against Montana State A-side.
And that should be a good one.
That should be a good one because Colorado State just showed us quite a bit of talent and skill in that last match. Montana State, of course, played Central Washington earlier, and Central Washington just poured it on them. Central Washington has got to be the top pick for this tournament. It'd be interesting to see Montana State play another team and see how they fare against Colorado State.
And, wow, Southern Utah's been looking really good themselves. But Montana State with possession now. Oh, does she have the breakaway speed? She might. Oh no, number 4. Oh, does, but misses. Wow, what a score for Montana State. Putting some points on the board.
We're only 2.5 minutes into the second half, Andrew. Montana State is down by 22, but if they put some pressure on here and move quick, they've certainly got an opportunity to come back. And they just made that conversion, so now they're down 25.
20. And maybe I was mistaken. I thought Southern Utah had just scored again right there, but apparently not. So it is 27-7 right now. Southern Utah leading over Montana State.
That was quick action by Montana State to get down there and put that try in.
Let's see if Montana State, as you said, with these 7's games, things can change like that. So let's see if Montana State can put some pressure on Southern Utah. Possession to Southern Utah.
Referee missed the forward pass there.
Oh no! She may break away. Montana State is not giving up, but she's slowing down. Does she make it? Was it a score?
It was.
And it's a score for Southern Utah. Way to finish off that run. Montana State was right there with her, but she finished off the job.
We getting any more comments?
We have not seen any more comments, but we got 46 people in this stream. So, yeah, guys, if you want to leave a comment, shout out any of the players you're watching, or have any comments and questions about rugby or anything like that, yeah, feel free to leave a comment and we'd love to respond and interact with you guys. And about 4 minutes into this second half, the lead is now 32-7, Southern Utah over Montana State. And we may be going to a scrum here. We are. And let's see who comes with possession. Southern Utah will. Pass up to the right side. Oh,
Ooh.
what a fake. Can she make it herself? Oh my. Number 10 is putting on the moves. Oh my goodness, she did it herself for Southern Utah.
The moves in the show that we just saw there, Andrew, that was,
wow.
It got me laughing a little bit just to see one juke after another after
that was
another.
1, 2, 3. Wow, that was impressive to watch. What a run.
Yeah, number 10 with Southern Utah just putting on a clinic there. That was fun to watch.
Wow. And this may be out of reach for Montana State, with it being 37-7 with only about a minute and 15 seconds left in this second half. And it looks like Colton Hart, go Kitties. That must, I would assume that must be the Montana State, right? I don't know their, that looks like a cat of some sorts.
Right? I don't know the other mascots, but
yeah, that might be a hawk or an eagle.
Is it Montana State?
I think it's got to be the, not the Grizzlies, because that's Montana. But with that,
we need some help here, Andrew. Hey Siri, what's Montana State's mascot?
Let's find out.
The Montana State Bobcats.
Oh, there we go. The Kitties. There we go. The Bobcats. Well, we see you, Colton, shouting out your Bobcats. And with that, Southern Utah took that win over Montana State, and now we're going into our 6th game of the morning.
It is still morning. It's only a little before 11 o'clock here in Boise, Idaho. We're getting a little bit more sun peeking from underneath the clouds somewhere.
And it looks like we were wrong, Rich. Colton was referring to Central Washington. So that is our fault. That also looks like a cat, though. So we got a couple of cat mascots out here.
Colton, go ahead and drop us a comment there and let us know who the mascot is. I have a hard time believing it's the Central Washington Kitties, but maybe I'm wrong.
Let's see. We got our 6th game of the evening here with Colorado State kicking off to Montana State A.
This should be a really good match. I think both of these teams are pretty evenly matched. If you had to put some money on it, I might have to put it on Colorado State, again with the depth of girls rugby in Colorado.
Yeah.
If they've recruited many from the local area, I think they've got a nice advantage there. Just a good rugby community and rugby culture.
Yeah, and really looked good in their first game, so.
I really wouldn't want to have to bet money on this because I think Montana State's A-side is going to have a good showing here.
I think so too. I think we're going to have a really good game. And a turnover there by Montana State, recovered by Colorado. Let's see if Colorado can get on the board. And number 6 there, let's remember folks, she is fast. A lot of tackling going on, but Montana State comes up with the ball. Oh, and she may break away.
Here goes
but Colorado State is not giving up. Number 7 gets to her. Wow, way to not give up there for Montana State. Montana State with the recovery. If they can force it to the left, they may have numbers.
Penalty for Montana State. Colorado State player losing their feet or leaving their feet.
Montana State with possession, still 0-0 in this first half.
Oh.
Almost a steal there for Colorado State, but good recovery by the defense. Still fighting though, Montana State may get in here. And they do for the try. What an effort by Montana State to go up 5-0 on Colorado State.
Honestly, Andrew, with that situation, I thought Colorado State's defense looked pretty good. I just think Montana State's attack looked exceptional.
Yeah.
They just had quick action every time there was a tackle and a ruck. They're getting that ball out quickly. They're moving it across the field, getting it wide. Eventually, they just find a little bit of space and drive that ball a little further and a little further and a little further. And now they got 5 on the board to start this game out.
Yeah. Let's see if she can make that kick. A little bit of a muffed kick, but still 5-0 for Montana State, leading over Colorado State. And the rain has completely stopped out here on Lincoln Turf Field in Boise, Idaho, where we are currently watching these rugby games play out. So a little bit easier on these players. But a missed kick there by Montana State. So possession Colorado right there at half. And they get it right going. Gets it to number 6. And remember, number 6 is really fast. She is gonna take it all the way for Colorado State.
Around the defense and centering it up next to the uprights. Hopefully helping out her kicker to get a conversion here. She is fast. Number 6 for Colorado State can just put on the wheels.
Yeah, she's done that a couple of times now, including the first game. So really put it on her back there to tie up this ball game. Let's see if they can take the lead with the kick. And
I think she pushed it just a little bit to the right.
Yeah, she had the power though. She's a little bit off center. Well, with that try, it is now 5-5 with about 3 minutes to go in this first half. Kickoff to Montana State. Oh, and what a snatch by Colorado State. Wow, bulldozes her way. So close to the goal line. Can Montana State hold off?
Penalty against Montana State. Colorado State going to tap it and go quick.
And she might get there. She's across.
So, of course, Andrew, what I talked about earlier, when there's a penalty, the other team has to be back 10.
Yeah.
They can only go back so far when they're against their own goal line.
Yeah.
So they only have to reach their goal line.
Yeah.
Even with that, Montana State's back a couple of meters. Colorado State taps it, goes quick, and runs into that gap for the score.
What a score there, yeah. So now 10-0, Colorado State with the lead. Great response to an opening score from Montana State. And that may have gone in. I think it did. It did. 12-5 for Colorado State.
Just about a minute and a half left to go in this first half.
Let's see if Montana State can respond here. Make this a close game right before the half. A little bit of a fumble on the catch, but recovers.
It all rolls backwards, so the ref says play on.
Oh, wow. And she's breaking away herself. Good catch. She can pick it up. Oh.
Just a little bit forward there.
And we see you, Anna, tuning in to watch Marley #1. I don't know if that's Montana State or Colorado State, but we're wishing her the best of luck as well. And a scrum here, Montana State with the recovery. Good defense by Colorado to cut off that sideline.
Well, Andrew, since I only see a single player out there with the number 1, and that's on Colorado State, orange boots and a black scrum cap, I'm guessing that's our girl.
And that is Marley.
Shout out to Marley on Colorado State, assuming we got all of our deductions correct.
Yeah. Recovered, and if that's number 6, she is gone. It's not even a race. She is going to take it all the way for Colorado State. Another try. So with that, they get another score right before the half. Oh no, and an injury on the field for Montana State. Hopefully nothing serious. And another kick good for Colorado State.
And that'll bring us into halftime. Colorado State up 19-5.
Hopefully nothing serious out there with that injury. But she's got halftime to work through whatever that pain is. Looks like a lot of Colorado State fans in here. Chris Wera tuning in to support Colorado State.
Yeah, thank you, Lisa. Great day for rugby in beautiful Boise. It's
And if you didn't know, Rich, that's my mom.
it's
tuning in to support me.
Well, Andrew's mom. It's a nice day. And where's Mom at, Andrew?
She is in Kirkland, Washington.
Kirkland, Washington.
Yeah.
All right. It's it is a beautiful day. If you're watching the video, it looks amazing. It's pretty chilly, Mom.
It is. It is. My feet are frozen out here, but I should have worn some thicker socks.
We got Andrew locked down for another 4 hours. We're not going to let him get away. It's 42 degrees, cloudy. Just a little slight breeze here in Boise now. We're playing on the Boise State campus. Beautiful campus here at Boise State. The Lincoln Turf Field. A lot of tournaments have been held here over the years. We just love being able to broadcast from up in this parking garage across the street. It looks like we're right on top of the action with the video cameras set up, the elevation. It's one of the more unique areas that we get to film rugby here in Boise.
Yeah, very exciting. Great views for everyone tuning in right now. And it looks like Anna tuning in from Chicago, sending love to Colorado State as well. Here we go. And a lot of Central Washington fans.
All right, Andrew, about to start the second half here again with Colorado State, Montana State. Colorado State leading 19-5. And I don't expect the tempo to change in the second half for them. The rain stopped, the ball's hopefully dried out a little bit.
Hopefully. But Montana State with the steal there from Colorado. Let's see if Montana State can get some points on the board to really put some pressure on Colorado in the second half.
Montana State with a great tempo.
It's trying to put the pace. Can she break out the side?
We're going to get an obstruction penalty. She ran around and behind her player without the ball. That's going to get you an obstruction penalty every time.
And Colorado State right on it to keep pushing the ball. Let's see if they can make it up this right sideline. Ooh, good tackle there from Montana State.
I think the ref had an offside penalty from earlier. He was playing advantage.
And number 6 with the ball. You don't like to see that if you're a fan of Montana State. She's looked really good in this tournament. Colorado State, great passing right now. They got the numbers if they can get it to the sideline. If she can keep us, oh.
Unlucky the knock there. We're going to see a scrum with the ball going to Montana State.
Unfortunate, because Colorado State had a breakaway to the score there if they could have kept that as a pass backwards.
Colson Hart, good commentators.
Well, thank
Hey,
you.
I appreciate that. Colton, that's not
Colin, yeah.
another family member of yours,
No,
is it?
no. That means that we're doing a good job. It's not
All
just
right.
my mom saying we're doing good.
All right, I appreciate that.
Good defense there by Colorado State.
Yeah, that was good ball movement by Montana State, and Colorado State's defense just snuffed it out.
Oh,
Now a loose ball drill, knock by Colorado State. It's going to be another put in on a scrum to Montana State.
here we go. And there's still plenty of time for Montana State to make a little comeback here, but they're going to have to get something on the board here soon.
Yeah, 4 minutes, a little over 4 minutes to go in this match. Montana State down only by 14. They certainly could come back and put some more pressure on Colorado State.
And here we go. Montana State with the recovery from the scrum. Again, really good defense by Colorado State to just fly to the ball as a team. And not much progress being made, and recovered by Colorado State, and she might break away, and she will. She's gonna get a good position for the kick, and that is another try for Colorado State. Wow, there's a lot of speed on this team.
What was impressive for me in that situation was that Montana State had decent ball movement. Unfortunately for Montana State, every time they're passing that ball out there, Colorado State's defense is just swarming. They're coming up, they're constantly putting pressure. And when you're on defense, the idea is put pressure, put pressure, put pressure. Eventually, the other team's going to make a mistake.
Yeah.
Montana State made a slight mistake there. Colorado State got the turnover. Next thing you know, another 5 points for Colorado State. Now 26-5 with about 3 minutes left in this match.
Cover, oh, that may go out of bounds, and it will.
So rather than a line out, they did a quick line out with that one, Andrew.
And is that due to probably the score and they just start trying to be as fast paced as possible right now?
I always love when there's a quick line out in sevens. Setting up a play for a line out can be fun, and you can set up a really beautiful play. Sometimes they work, sometimes they don't.
Yeah.
But the advantage with what they just did, a quick line out, Colorado State was not there in time for a full line out, and so Montana opted to just throw the ball in quickly and let's get this game going again. Yeah, they're down by 3 tries. At least 3. They really need 3 or 4 and a
few kicks.
Yep. To get back into this. And so they're just looking to speed this game up and get some more points on the board.
And they may be running out of time here with possession to Colorado State. About 2 minutes left in this second half. They're going to really have to get a quick stop here and put the pressure. And number 6 might break away. She will. Wow.
Boy,
she is fast.
As soon as she gets the ball, Andrew, if she has any kind of space at all.
Another try there for number 6 in Colorado State. She is cooking, folks.
Yeah, she's just a try machine, number 6 for Colorado State. Wow. She's been fun to watch.
And it looks like some more love from Chicago. Michelle, we see you supporting your Colorado State Buffs. I think is it the Buffs? No, that's that's Colorado.
That's Colorado.
The Rams, supporting the Rams. And Cam, number 14. Michael, sending love from Illinois. And keep up the comments, guys. We love interacting with everyone watching. And this one may be out of reach here for Montana State, with it being 31-5. Colorado State leading. Possession to Montana State. And wow, she is bulldozing her way through those Colorado State defenders. Oh, good juke. Good pass, but Colorado State again just flying to the ball, not letting Montana State break away. And kicks it out smartly. We've passed that 7-minute mark, so.
Yep, fully expect the referee to blow that whistle any moment and say that's the end of this match.
Yep.
All Colorado State. Montana State definitely gave a good showing. They had a lot of good things going.
Yeah.
In the end, I think Colorado State's defense, so look at the way they pressure on defense. Even
they may be able to get a score here before, if she can get away. Oh, but she is still running, and a great pass, but Colorado State will not allow them to score. The ref's still allowing play. She's breaking down the side, stiff arm.
There it is.
And she does get the try for Montana State. There we go. It's not going to affect the end of who wins the game, but for pride, that was a great score by Montana State. And failed kick there, and that is the end of the game. Colorado State takes the win 31-10 over Montana State.
That was impressive. If there's a team that has a shot at beating Central Washington, it's Colorado State.
Yeah, I think we may be heading to a clash between Colorado State and Central Washington.
The things that I really liked about what I saw out there just now, Andrew, is Colorado State's defense. Every time that ball is being passed, they're pressuring up and putting pressure on the other team, waiting for them to make that mistake, and they're just pressure. Eventually the other team's going to make a mistake. It's 43 degrees out here. It's cold.
Yep.
The ball's going to get dropped. Colorado State's putting pressure on, and they're either going to scoop it up and go down and score, get it to number 6, who's going to break out into the open and run down and score, or they're going to get a knock or something, and the ref's going to blow the whistle and give them the ball. So either way, it's Colorado State's defense that really made a huge difference in that game.
I agree, and if we remember, Montana State there started off the game with the first score, 5-0. So Colorado State unfazed and was able to come back and really put it on them. But with our 7th game now of the morning, it is now 11 o'clock, and we got Boise State A versus Central Washington. So another look at these powerhouse Central Washington Cats.
Yeah, this one's going to be a fun one to watch and commentate on, Andrew, because Boise State's got to be the underdog in this match.
Yeah.
Of course, we're at Boise State. You're a Boise State student.
Yeah.
We're rooting for Boise State. I know a lot of times announcers are supposed to be a little less biased, but let's go Broncos. Let's go Boise State women. We'll see if they got a shot here against Central.
And going into a scrum here. Oh, no, sideline pass, actually.
Yeah, the ball went out of bounds, so we're doing a line out. Central's, oh my goodness.
And those passes are so crisp.
They're so
wow,
fast.
do you see that spiral? What a fake. Number 9 stiff-arming her way. She's going to take it all the way. Boise State not giving up there, but what a score there by Central Washington.
Yeah, Central Washington's number 7 finished that one, Andrew, but it was those incredible passes by Central. 2 or 3 passes to get it out here to this far side of the pitch. Those passes that Central's doing, they're just so much better than everybody else that we're watching out here today.
Yeah. You can see that spiral is crisp, it's fast, it's clean, and it's working. So with that, 5-0, Central Washington takes an early lead over Boise State.
It's such a massive advantage for any Rugby 7's team when they can pass it quickly and wide. the width of their passes,
Yeah.
the speed of their passes, the communication. Central's just doing everything correct so far, and it looks to be a day for Central.
Uh-oh, and that might be a
It's
well
definitely
recovered by Central.
Yeah, it's definitely a knock by Boise State. The referee's playing advantage.
Oh, she's pulling the jersey, but she's still running. And did she make it in? It's hard to see from this angle, but she did. Central Washington with another try early on in this ball game. That is going to be a tough kick, though, from that angle.
There's something else going on down here, Andrew. I'm not sure that the referee's allowing it.
As a score? Well, then.
He saw something that I didn't see.
Huh.
So our apologies to the fans watching at home and getting a little bit confused. We're a little confused.
I think the scoreboard's a little
The
confused too. It
scoreboard
says
operator is a
10-0.
little bit confused. So it does say 10-0, but I believe it's still 5-0 Central. Boise State going to kick it back to Central.
Yep, and they do change the scoreboard there, so it is now 5-0. That was not a score for Central Washington. Our apologies.
Oh my goodness.
And wow, Central Washington with the steal, and they may make it all the way, and they will, to secure that try. No question about that one.
No question on that one. That's right. What I'm seeing now, besides the crisp passes, the width of the passes, the communication from Central, is Boise State had the ball there. You make one mistake, and Central is all over it. Boise
Yep.
State had an opportunity. Their player got tackled. The ruck came over. There was a competition over that ball with the ruck, and the players got pushed off. And in that split second that they were pushed off, another player from Central scooped down and grabbed the ball, and next thing you know, they're running down to the house for 5 more.
Yep.
You make one mistake against Central, and they're going to capitalize on it today.
Yeah, they're looking really good right now. And it looks like we got more and more people tuning in, so a lot of Central Washington fans. We love to see it. And thank you, Henry, for the compliment about the broadcast. We love to share this with you guys as well. Looks like a pass out of bounds here for Central Washington.
That one surprised me because it was off the restart, and I didn't think Boise State touched it before it went out of bounds. She must have touched it, though, just at this angle. Colorado State.
Whoa!
Or, excuse me.
What did I just watch there, Rich? Did she lift up her teammate? And number 10 with... Oh, and Central Washington will break away for the try. Wow.
5 minutes into this first half, Central Washington up 15-0. I know you haven't seen a lot of rugby in your day, but
Yeah.
what you're seeing, the difference in the athleticism and rugby talent from Central.
Yeah.
Do you think anybody's going to be able to stop them today?
I don't think so, and I think Devontae Holden agrees with you, saying Central Washington, best in the nation. They may be. They may be.
They're certainly top ranked and one of the top in the nation in this variety of rugby, 7's.
Yeah.
They are that's as good as you see it.
Yeah, we're definitely really lucky to be able to watch these games here today, especially from this view. This view is amazing to be able to see it from this high angle.
Great catch by Boise State.
Yeah, and I see that Central Washington seems to be kicking it to the sidelines there. As a, I don't know if that's a tactic, but it seems to be working for them. And Boise State keeps possession. looking to break away here. Great tackle, though, by Central Washington. And it looks like Central Washington, oh my goodness, what a tackle. And they are still fighting for the ball, but Central comes up with it. What a fake there. If she's got one more pass, and that is gonna be a score, but she doesn't even need it. She's just gonna walk it in herself. Another try for Central Washington. And real quick like that, 20-0 over Boise State, Central Washington.
Yeah, that's going to be the end of the first half, Andrew, and Boise State is a good team. Central Washington is just standing out that much more. Again, any opportunity that they get, if you noticed on that, Boise State had the ball, and Boise State's making good passes, but they're just working their way backwards and backwards and backwards. And it's because of that pressure that Central Washington's putting on every time, and they just wait. Eventually, Boise State's going to make a mistake. It's the same kind of defensive strategy and defensive pressure that we love to see, that we're seeing from Colorado State, we're seeing from Central Washington. Again, I really expect to see both of these teams in the final playoff matches, because the defense on both of those teams is incredible, and the attack, once they do get the ball, they both have really fast players, they both have great communication, they both have great passing. It's setting this up for a fun afternoon when we get into those final matches. Yeah,
they are definitely setting themselves apart from the crowd and looking very good. Looking at the comments now, looks like Millie shouting out Central Washington, her favorite player, Raina Boo. I don't know if that must be a nickname, but Raina Boo, we see that you're tuning in to watch her.
They got power and speed, no doubt they do. The speed is a little bit different level. We've seen a lot of power from all of these girls' teams so far, but it is the speed. I would definitely agree with the speed.
Yeah.
Once they get into any kind of a gap, a missed tackle, an arm tackle, a high tackle, where they don't get down and wrap up on their legs, that speed really shows up. And it doesn't matter if they're starting all the way back at their end of the pitch or down on Boise State's side. Central Washington's speed just takes over, and once they're in that breakaway, you know it's 5.
Yeah. And like we had mentioned, with Colorado State playing really well themselves, that game's going to be kicking off at 12:20, Central Washington versus Colorado State. So tune into that later. But to start the second half, we are watching Central Washington versus Boise State A, and Central leading 20-0 starting the second half. Kickoff to Boise. Uh-oh.
There's the knock. The referee has them under advantage, of course.
And I can't see her number, but she is a beast knocking down Boise State players left and right.
Is that the one that just had the ball, number 2?
I think so.
Okay, I did say that Central's speed was really playing a key. You may be right about the power with that Central Washington player. Pretty fun to watch.
That may be why they're so hard to stop, is because they have both.
Yeah, Boise State gets lucky and steals the ball there. Yep, Central's got it back again.
Oh, and they might call a knock. Got another scrum here. And Boise State with the recovery. And they kick it out, seeing if they can make it. But Central covers the ball. Good tackling there by Boise. But now these are when these passes start really playing and not even needed. Central Washington breaks away, and they're gonna score again. Another try. 25-0 over Boise State. They are showing out here today.
I like the idea that Boise State had there, Andrew. They're backed up against their own goal. If you make any kind of mistake when you're next to your own goal, Central Washington's going to capitalize on it. So they kick it away, try to play the territory game, get the ball closer to half. If Boise State can't put some more pressure on Central Washington's attack, they can kick it away all day, and Central is just going to march down and put more points on the board.
Yeah.
Boise State's defense has really got to step up. They've got to communicate a little bit more. I don't hear them communicating to the level of some of these other teams. But even with doing that, I don't know if you can slow down this Central Washington team.
Yeah, they're looking really good. But on that kickoff, not making it 10 yards and going out of bounds. So possession Boise at half, or half of the field. A little tap to the foot, and they are off to the races, but Central Washington is just right there to stop them. Possession Central, and they got numbers on the side if they can make the right plays, and she doesn't even need to. She may make it herself, but she smartly passes it to her teammate. Number 4 is gonna make it in for a try. Central Washington again with the score. Wow. That was something.
I don't know what to say at this point. Central is the real deal. They're such a dynamic team. They're smart. That number 4, you're yelling out and commenting and talking about the passes, and you can see she's looking and leaning and making that decoy. She's tricking the other team. She's faking that Boise State team and then she just pulls that ball back in and runs with it herself. Yeah. They're so dynamic. They've got a number of playmakers. They've got a lot of speed. They've got a lot of power. I just feel really fortunate that we're able to watch Central Washington come here and play in this tournament today, because that's a fun team.
Me as well. Oh no, maybe should have let that one go, but Central recovers, looking to add more to the score. But the ref saw something. Not particularly sure what, but looks like we may be going to a scrum, as we are. Let's see if Boise State can maybe put a score up on the board. They get the possession. Oh. They'll redo that. Possession Central. Great passing again. And they are just shifting their way through this Boise State defense and making all the right passes.
That was such a beautiful pass, under pressure, being wrapped up and still able.
And number 4 has the speed. An easy walk-in for Central Washington. Another try. Wow. They are the real deal, as we have continuously been saying. Looks like my sister has tuned in as well. Let's go. I got the whole family wanting to watch some rugby today. Well, thank you, Sarah. And a lot of people tuning in to watch the Central Washington team. About 1 minute left in this second half of Central Washington versus Boise State. Let's see if Central can put another score on the board. Ripped away by Boise State though, but back in possession is Central. Great blocking there. You can see Central getting wide for these passes coming. Oh, I can see she wants it. About 10 seconds left here in the second half. Central still trying to put another score on the board. Boise State not allowing it though. And shout out to the Central Washington fans tuning in. We see Noel, Carrie, shouting out Noel. RO3, shouting out Ellie, number 3. Letty E, and number 5, and Rena, number 6 for Central Washington.
Looks like another try for Rena, number 5.
Wow. And 42 points on the board for Central Washington. This is a blowout. Yeah, they are playing lights out right now, looking like they are headed straight for that championship game. And that concludes our 6th game, or excuse me, our 7th game of the morning. Central Washington taking the win over Boise State.
Did you notice, Andrew, in that game with Central Washington, when they were setting up the pass to get it out wide, how much further they were spaced out?
Yeah.
Their passing is so much more dynamic. The speed of their passes is so much faster. And because the rain stopped, there's no wind, it's just a little bit cold here today, Central's really able to take advantage of their talent, their ability to get that ball out wide. And as soon as they get that ball out wide, they begin to build options. Yeah. Boise State's defense, or whoever they're playing, if their defense gets sucked in over to one side and that ball starts getting passed out and away from the defense, all of a sudden they've created a 2-on-1, a 3-on-2. Yeah. Central's got numbers, and they've got the passing, they've got the talent, they've got the speed. That's really fun rugby to watch.
Yeah, yeah, you can see that their chemistry is really good, as there is not one selfish player on that team making all the right passes and swarming on the defensive side as well. And looks like we got some more people tuning in. A lot of fans of Anne. I hope I'm saying that right. Anne and Annie. And Carrie, I love 7's rugby too. This is my first time watching it, and I love it. It's fast-paced, fun to watch. Nothing wrong about this sport.
It is fast-paced and fun to watch, and there's some really good teams out here today. Really appreciate all these teams that traveled from around the West to come here to Boise State. Lincoln Turf Field on April Fool's Day, April 1st.
Yep.
The Fool's Gold Rugby 7's tournament. This is a fun one for you to have as your first Boise State or first Rugby 7's experience and first experience announcing rugby.
Yeah,
I think you're doing a great job for not knowing too much about this, but learning as you go.
I appreciate it.
If you like announcing and you like announcing excitement, this is your sport.
Yeah, seriously, this is definitely something to watch, and I'll definitely be tuning in to more. And it looks like for our 8th game of the evening, we are going to be seeing Southern Utah again, playing Boise State B. Now, Southern Utah has looked really good in this tournament as well. I think up there with Colorado State and Central Washington, maybe a tier below, but still looking really good. And this will be a tough one for Boise State.
Yeah, this is Boise State's B-side. Southern Utah, it looked pretty good in their last match. I think this is going to be a good competitive match. Probably come down to some momentum and see who gets on the scoreboard first.
Yeah. And trying to get to the sideline. Ooh, goes out of bounds though. See a sideline out of bounds pass here by Boise State.
The line out incoming.
And I do have to ask, going back to that Central Washington game, when they lifted up the girl, is that just a really smart tactic? Because I haven't seen any other team do that yet.
It's very common. That's all you'll see in rugby 15s.
Okay.
In rugby 7s, you do see it quite a bit as well, but it's very common that they just throw it into that first player and they try to do something fast, because rugby's 7s is all about that fast pace.
Yeah.
To set that up, and what do we got going on here? Southern Utah.
Oh, wow, she is running. Breakaway speed. Boise State not giving up, but did she get in? Yes, that is a try for Southern Utah, putting up points on the board first. 5-0.
So yeah, to answer your question about the line out, it looks like cheerleaders lifting each other up into the sky, and next thing you know, they're throwing the ball in.
I was definitely really caught off guard when I saw they lifted her up. I was like, what in the world is going on? But
yeah.
Sounds like it's a common strategy.
Yeah, very common. You may see it a fair bit less depending on the team and the tactics and strategy that they've worked on in 7s. Again, because it's such a fast-paced game, they want to get that ball in and get going quickly, and sometimes lifting them up and doing all of that just takes a little bit too much effort, too much time. Let's just keep that play going. I love it when the teams lift them up in a line out like that. It's such a unique part of this sport.
And it seemed to work really well. It was a quick pass to the top girl and then right back to her teammate behind her. And a short kick there from Southern Utah, not going to make it to 10 yards.
Free kick to Boise State.
Boise State looking to get on the board here. Holding on to that ball. Can she get it? She does.
Referee's got advantage for Southern Utah being offsides.
Uh-oh, short pass there.
And here comes the whistle for that advantage.
Yep.
And indeed, the penalty called is offsides.
And shout out to Andrew. 1, great name. 2, supporting Bella, number 14, for BSU. Up at 3:30 right now in Australia, it sounds like. Wow. I'm very happy you guys are tuning in. Boise State. Whoa, and that was a big shot by Southern Utah. It is getting aggressive down there. If she can hit that pass wide, she's got it. Oh, no.
Looks like it might have been the forward pass.
I think so.
Unlucky, just as she was getting tackled and thrown around, trying to make that final pass to the wing on the outside. Let that ball slip forward. Turnovers for Southern Utah on the ball.
Well, still only 5-0 here in the first half. Southern Utah leading over Boise State, but Boise State right in position to get a score here. Going in to a scrum, trying to gain possession. But Southern Utah comes up with the ball. Looking to get wide right or left. Oh, and she may have the breakaway speed to get away if number 7 can't get there, and she won't be able to. Number 7 for Southern Utah, though, will take it in for another try. 10-0, Southern Utah leading over Boise State. I almost thought she would have gotten tripped up there, but once she broke off that first tackle, it was a free run to a goal. A little short there on the kick.
Yeah, that was discouraging, Andrew, if you're here rooting for Boise State, as we are.
Yeah.
Just to see Boise State down there with an opportunity to score and have that taken away from them so quickly. Southern Utah now up 10-0 with about a minute and a half left in this first half.
Yeah. But anything can change here. They could put up a score, put up a try.
Yeah, you've seen
right
how
before the
quickly
half.
the tries come in this sport.
It just takes 1 or 2 moves to break away from a defender, and it's free run. Ooh, they may call a knock there.
Looks like it come up and bounced right off her face.
So we're going to a scrum. And Southern Utah comes up with it, but something the referee did not like. Looks like he's giving possession to Boise State. And with about 30 seconds left here in the first half, this would be a very important possession for Boise to put some points on the board. Running through the teeth of the defense. Looks like they go, trying to go up the, they do keep trying to go up the middle, which may not be working very well. Good defense by Southern Utah to not let Boise State get in a rhythm passing that ball.
There's our halftime, Andrew. 10-0, Southern Utah leading this Boise State B-side.
And a good first half there.
Yeah, it's a good competitive first half. Boise State was right in it. They're, it's 5-0. Boise State's driving. They're putting pressure on Southern Utah. One mistake and it's 10-0.
Yes, and Boise State looking to come back in the second half and put some pressure on Southern Utah, because 10 is not a overly convincing score. It's definitely something that Boise State could come back and try to will themselves back into this game.
Well, it's just like that one mistake happened to Boise State, and they were up by 2 tries. The same thing can happen against Southern Utah. All it takes is 1 or 2 mistakes, and Boise State can capitalize on that, get back into this game.
And now, yeah, the rain has been completely stopped for a while, so players may be lucky here where they're not going to have to be playing in the rain during these championship games.
Just a reminder, if you're out there watching this broadcast on YouTube, we certainly appreciate the comments and the shout outs. We try to get to them all. Apologies if we missed one. Just go ahead and leave us another comment if we did. We'll shout out your players, your love from around the country and around the world. Furthest one away so far, we believe, is Australia.
Yeah, up at, I think they said it was 3:30 over there in the morning, so
yeah, that's dedication.
Real committed to support these players. Recovery by Boise State there off the kickoff. And Southern Utah is just smothering Boise State.
Yeah, the defensive pressure. Oh, here comes a penalty. We got a yellow card, and that's for an intentional knock.
Wow, and it looks like she is getting subbed out of the game. Does not look happy with that call.
No, they won't allow a sub, Andrew. It's a yellow card, so that's 2 minutes that she's off the pitch. Now, in rugby, you can't knock the ball. It's an instant yellow card if you knock the ball intentionally. And so if you came up and tried to swat the ball down and knocked it forward with your hand, which is what happened, there's no other way for that ball to go but forward, which is a knock in against the rules, and you're doing that intentionally. So it's an automatic yellow card.
Forward pass there. Sorry to interrupt.
Oh, that's okay.
Yeah, forward pass there by Boise State.
So we won't see that Southern Utah player back here for about another minute and a half. Real opportunity for Boise State now, playing 7 players against 6.
Yep.
We'll see if Boise State's got something to get that ball out wide and take advantage of only 2 defenders out there on the wide part of the pitch.
Yes, this is a great opportunity for Boise State to try to get themselves back into this game. But Southern Utah comes out of the scrum with the ball, seeing if they can get wide. Number 10, shaking defenders off of her. Great pass to her teammate behind her. Another pass back, and she may break away, and she will. Central Washington with another try. Wow. 15-0 for Central. Oh my goodness, sorry people.
Southern
Utah. I am sorry, Southern Utah. Well, with that, looks like I think that second player is coming in right now. Back in the game from that yellow card penalty.
Yeah, 2 minutes goes awfully fast in these games.
And Southern Utah to kick off to Boise State. Currently 17-0 leading in the second half. Kickoff to Boise State. Recovered, but just not being able to make these passes. Southern Utah, oh my goodness, number 10.
Those yellow shoes.
Yep, she has been shaking defenders off her all day, and another score for Southern Utah. Number 10 looks really good. And that makes it 22-0 for Southern Utah over Boise State. And Pat tuning in, Grandpa watching number 12. I'm not sure what team, but thank you for tuning in, Pat. We appreciate the comment. And Paul watching his Wildcats go. I think that's Central Washington.
Yeah, I believe that's a Central Washington reference.
I believe so. So a lot of Central Washington fans out in this chat. Big supporters. But Southern Utah kicking off to Boise State, now out of bounds.
Boise State taken out of bounds, going to be a Southern Utah line out. Once Boise State's team has come up and set up for the line out, the other team cannot go quick. If Boise State wasn't there, Southern Utah could go quick. There's the lift.
There's the lift. And it didn't work for him, but turnover right back. Boise State gives it to Southern Utah. And number 15 looking to break away, but can't. Boise State determined to not let them score again. A possession to Southern Utah. Good pass. Really close to that line, but may have been tackled out of bounds.
It was a high tackle before the tackle out of bounds. So Southern Utah's going to retain possession here.
And they are in great position to get in this. And do they?
There it is.
They do. Another try for Southern Utah. Wow, it may be getting out of reach here.
Less than a minute to go here in this half, and Southern Utah up 30-0 over Boise State.
Southern Utah looking really good. I would say the standout teams so far have been Southern Utah, Central Washington, and Colorado State looking really good.
Yeah, I agree with that analysis. I don't know if any of those teams have it in them to slow down Central, but that's why we play the games.
And that's why we watch.
Looking forward to getting into those championship rounds and seeing what these teams are going to bring out.
Looking just to try something, get that ball out in front, but Southern Utah right there to pick it up. Boise State really trying to get some points on the board here. Great tackling there by Southern Utah and picking up the possession. A little bit over the 7-minute mark now, so we may be seeing a call to the half here soon, or a call to the game. And number 10, Shifty, but they call the game. Or wait, penalty. Obstruction.
It should be the end of the game, Andrew, but they won't end the game on a penalty. They'll end it on a dead ball.
Gotcha.
So a knock, kicked out of bounds.
Well, here we go. Boise State really trying to. Oh, she may have been able to keep running. Number 7. Oh, may have been a forward.
There's the knock. There's
Yep.
the game. Southern Utah 30-0 over Boise State B-side. And, well, that's been a fun morning, Andrew. We're getting into
a couple of the men's games now.
a little bit of a break from the women's actions. That's right. It's a 11:45 here, and we got a couple of local men's teams. Boise State's A side and Boise State's B side are going to take on the College of Idaho A side and B side as well. So a little bit of a break for us, a little bit of a break for the women. Go back, get a couple snacks, drink some Gatorade, reset for this second half. When we come back for the second part of our day, we'll have Central Washington playing Colorado State, Boise State playing Montana State, both their A sides and the B sides. Montana State against Southern Utah, and then we start getting into the playoff rounds with the number 2 and the number 3 seed playing, the number 1 and the number 4 seed, to see who makes it on to those championship games.
Cannot wait to see who's coming out on top of those games. And looking at the comment section, it looks like we got another far listener, Colton, watching his little sis from Scotland. Well, thank you for tuning in. We really appreciate that you like the live stream. And coming up here, we have the BSU men's B team versus the C of I men's B team. So I am excited to see what these guys have. Cool. Well, I will be just commentating myself. the first game of the men's competition with Boise State B versus College of Idaho B. Possession starting with Boise State. Or I'm mistaken. They're going to a scrum right now. Let's see who comes out with it. Possession going to Boise State. Looking to get down that right sideline. Great ankle tackle by College of Idaho. May have stepped out of bounds there. And going to another scrum. College of Idaho coming out with it. Breaking up the middle. Some hard tackles going on out here. And College running up the teeth of Boise State. Oh my goodness. These are brutal tackles out here. But shaking off defenders, the College of Idaho. I think staying in possession for College of Idaho here if he was pushed out of bounds. And a pass out of the sideline here for Boise State. So I was mistaken. Boise State possession. And they throw up their guy to get him in the air, get him the ball. Boise State, number 19, looks like he has some speed trying to break out the sideline, but Idaho cuts him off. Looks like number 19 may have been shaken up for Boise State when he was trying to make it push that ball down the sideline. Kickoff here from Boise State, just kicking it into the stands. And another great out of bounds play for Boise State to get him the ball. Oh, trying to kick it to himself. It ends up bouncing right back to him. Looking to keep it himself, but cannot make it all the way. College of Idaho right there to stop him. Boise State picking it up. Who's gonna come away with it? The ref's gonna stop the play of action. Possession going to Boise State, really close to the goal line here. But College of Idaho comes out with it, looking to break away. But what a tackle by Boise State to prevent him from making it. And Boise State comes out with it. And he's going, they have the numbers if they make it correctly. What a fake! Oh, but they dropped the ball, no! Big possession going to Boise State here. I'm not too sure what's taking the hold up, but oh, I think College Idaho has a player tying his shoe. There you go. And here we go, into the scrum. Recovered by College Idaho. Deep in their own territory. Don't want to turn it over here. Looking to break away. Some great tackling by both of these teams. College Idaho shaking off tackles, but Boise State just continues to fly to this ball. A great tackle there by 21. College Idaho with possession now. No one has been able to break away either team. Great defense by both sides. But ball going back into College of Idaho's territory here. Boise State looking to get a turnover, and they do. Live ball. People stop playing, but not Boise State. He's gonna get in for the try. First 5 points of the game, right before the first half. 5-0 Boise State over the College of Idaho. It looked like a couple of players stopped playing when they thought that the possession had been stopped by the ref, but Boise State smartly just continued to play and was able to take that in. And we'll see how much time the ref gives them with the time now going over 7 minutes here. I would suspect another minute or so. But we'll see if the College of Idaho can respond to Boise State's first score of the game. But possession goes to Boise State. Can they get another score before the half? Oh my, bodies are flying out there. But the referee is calling something, giving possession to Boise State. Looking to get another score before the half, but we'll see if they're able to do it. College of Idaho obviously not wanting to allow that. Bodies flying out there. Oh my goodness. But number 10 might have some speed, and he does. He's gonna take, oh, nobody drops it right before. Oh my goodness. That is hard to watch if you're a fan of Boise State. Oh, he's shaking up on that play. He wanted that one. He'll be thinking about that for the next couple of days. And that brings us to the end of the first half here of our first game with Boise State and College of Idaho. There is some great defense being played by both sides. But Boise State with a 5-0 lead over the College of Idaho in this first half. And just like that, end of the first half. College of Idaho about to be kicking off to Boise State to start this second half. Currently, Boise State is winning 5-0. Let's see if the College of Idaho has something to say and can respond. Kickoff to Boise State. Looking to run it up the teeth of the defense. Looks like the referee saw something he didn't like. Possession going to Boise State. Looking to fake out the whole team, almost made it through with that fake pass. But College of Idaho is really flying around on defense right now. Number 10 running through people with some breakaway speed, but stopped just short. But picked up by Boise State, and that's a score. Another try for Boise State, going up 10-0 against the College of Idaho. And the kick is good, putting it up 12-0 for Boise State with about 5 minutes left in this second half. So with that score, the College of Idaho is going to be really looking to respond here with some points of their own. Picked up by the College of Idaho. Boise State right on him though. Looks like a little bit of an illegal tackle. But the College of Idaho picks it right back up and is off to the races. Keeping possession, the College of Idaho, oh my goodness, and he bulldozes over a defender. But Boise State's defense is not allowing them to make too much progress. Good pass back there by the College of Idaho. But picked up by Boise State. And he's looking to turn the corner here. Gives him a little bump, a good pass, and if he has the speed, he can take it all the way. He's got a defender chasing him, but I don't think he's gonna get there. And that is another score for Boise State. Wow, what a play. Another 5 points, 17-0 now for Boise State over the College of Idaho. Let's see if they can knock in the kick now. Tough angle. A little bit wide. With about 3 minutes left here in the second half, the College of Idaho is really going to have to get something going. They want to make this a competitive game. Fumbles the kick there a little bit. for the catch, giving possession to Boise State. Or, excuse me, going into a scrum. Possession going to Boise State. They got numbers on the side, but they don't need it. Number 14 is going to go right up the middle for the score. Another try for Boise State, putting it 22-0 over the College of Idaho. It started out as a defensive game, folks, but now Boise State is just running up the score. Let's see if they can get in for the kick, and they do. 24-0 for Boise State over the College of Idaho. Covered from the kickoff, College of Idaho. Really looking to put some points on the board, but with only about a minute to 2 minutes left in this second half, we may be looking at a Boise State win here. Going into the scrum. Looks like they'll redo it. Goes to Boise State. Looking to push it down the left sideline. Running through, oh my God, shaking off 3 defenders. If they count that as a backwards pass, which they do, he will score for a try. Just finding the right spot to put it down, and he does. Wow, right at that 7-minute mark, another try, and 29-0. Boise State is leading over the College of Idaho. And a missed kick there will end the game. 29-0. Boise State with the win over the College of Idaho.
Let's go!
Now, that was a great game. Up next, we have now the same matchup, BSU versus the College of Idaho, but now we are looking at the A teams for both sides. For the second men's game of of the evening, we have, once again, the same matchup, Boise State versus the College of Idaho. Just the A teams this time. College of Idaho with the kickoff. Great catch there by Boise State. Looks like the ref stopping play for a second there. Boise State right back at it. Shaking off tackles there, number 9. Dancing around 3 defenders, and he's gonna take it all the way. Slides in for the try. Boise State on the board early within the first 30 seconds. 5-0. Really quick score there by Boise State.
The second game of Boise State versus the College of Idaho men's. We're seeing the Boise State A side now against the the College of Idaho A side. Boise State with the ball, some good offloads, pressure, putting it right up the middle. Boise State choosing to go to their right, finding a gap, and there we have a try, the second try of the game. Gonna put the score up to 12-0. Boise State leading 2.5 minutes into this first half. Now in traditional rugby, in a 15s match, the kicker has 90 seconds to make their kick. Because this is 7's, it's a abbreviated version of the game, a lot faster action. They only have 30 seconds to make this kick, to attempt to make this kick. Looks like he just pushed it a little bit to the right. That'll keep that score at 12-0. Boise State up over College of Idaho here in the first half. Once again, we're coming to you live from Boise State, the Lincoln Turf Field, here on April Fool's Day. The Fool's Gold Rugby 7's tournament, women's tournament, a couple of fill-in games here. The men's club's getting some action as we look forward to the second half of the day and the women's resuming action. After this match, we're going to watch Central Washington play Colorado State. Colorado State women's has never played Central Washington before, so definitely looking forward to that match. Boise State with the turnover. Some good action in the ruck. Quick passes out. Boise State losing the handle in the knock. Going to be a C of I ball inside the 22, facing down Boise State. 12-0 with 2.5 minutes left in this first half. I do want to give a big shout out to the Boise State television crew today. Boise State Television helping produce this for the Boise State Women's Rugby Club in this Fool's Gold tournament. Boise State stealing it away in the scrum. Working that ball to the outside. Quick hands to get that ball up. Quick tackle again. Boise State retaining possession. CFI putting a lot of pressure on. Looks like the players were taken out of bounds. Should see a line out here. Referee stopping the clock as we get an equipment repair. Boise State player losing the shoe. Line out by C of I. A couple of quick hands running into pressure. C of I has got numbers on this left side. So they get the one pass out and another pass out. And there's that pressure to those numbers on the outside. C of I looking to run in their first try of the match. C of I with the conversion, and it's up and good. That'll put the score 7 for the College of Idaho, 12 for Boise State. The weather's been slowly improving here at Boise State today. We're up to about 45 degrees now and no rain, which looks good, promising for the second half of this Fool's Gold tournament. Boise State whistle blown for a forward pass. Yes, scrum down to C of I. Teams come together. Something the referee didn't like with a bind, a grip, a position. He's going to blow the whistle and reset that scrum. C of I with the scrum, some nice passes to get that ball out wide again. Good contact, good tackles. Waiting to see some kind of secondary signal from the referee, find out what's going on here. So a yellow card. I think what was explained there is as the C of I player was running with the ball, he's throwing his elbow up and into the tackling player. Can't use your elbow to flip it up into that tackler's head and neck area. Rugby, of course, we're not wearing pads. helmets that want to protect those players' heads and necks. Regardless, with that, a few minutes after the 7-minute mark, referee blows his whistle and we'll call it a first half. Boise State leading 12-7 over C of I. For those of you joining us on YouTube or other social media to watch the Fool's Gold Women's Rugby Tournament, we will be getting back to the women's action after this match. As I mentioned earlier, we're going to see Central Washington play Colorado State. That's definitely one of the top matches in the pool play before we head into the championship matches. Central Washington looks absolutely unstoppable. But Colorado State looked very, very impressive in the first half of the day in their couple of matches. Look for them to come out strong in that match. First time that they've played Central. Talked to the Colorado State captains just a little while ago and talked to them about their strategy. Of course, their strategy going against Central is to be very, very aggressive on defense, get their tackles down low, see if they can't keep that constant pressure up on defense and force Central to make some turnovers, give them an opportunity to capitalize on that. Once that game is done, we'll be seeing Boise State's both their A and B side playing Montana State's A and B side in consecutive matches. And then the final match of pool play will be Montana State's B side against Southern Utah. Once those are done, we'll go into the championship rounds with the number 1, 2, 3, and 4 seeds playing each other to see who makes it into those championship matches. Boise State and CFI will switch directions as we get ready to kick off this second half. We're giving Andrew a small break here to get a bite to eat. We'll get him back on the microphone in time for those women's matches when they start back up here in a little bit. In the second half of our second friendly match of Boise State's A side versus C of I's A side, ready to kick off. Great kick by Boise State. Fielded cleanly, offload C of I. Ready to put on some pressure already. Real competition in the ruck there, but it looks like the player did not keep his feet. The referee says there's an issue there, that's a penalty. The penalty has been against C of I for not releasing, so Boise State did go down to the field, but it was after he had already attempted to take the ball away. So Boise State with the ball, putting pressure up to C of I's 22. Another penalty, this time not releasing against Boise State. C of I will have the ball. C of I retains possession.
Welcome back.
Yeah, welcome back,
Yes,
Andrew.
Yes, I'm back. I had to have a quick bite to eat. Going since 8 o'clock this morning. But so have all the competitors. So it looks like we got a close game here between Boise State and C of I.
Yeah, it's been a much more competitive match than the B-side teams. Penalty against Boise State, offsides.
And it looked like I had missed a little bit of a scruffle that went down between Boise State and C of I. The ref had to break them up.
And it's not uncommon to see a little bit of pushing and shoving, a little bit of jersey grabbing in rugby. It's pretty rare that we see it go beyond that at this level especially, but there's a lot of respect for each other in the game of rugby. And it didn't really surprise me that much that there was some pushing and shoving, and that's all that ever came of it.
Well, glad it was able to get resolved. And Boise State is currently in the lead, correct?
Yep, Boise
Okay.
State's up 12-7, 2.5 minutes into the second half.
We'll see if C of I can make some noise here to tie up the game. Or maybe take the lead. Looks like Boise State comes out with the possession. Fighting for that ball. Still in Boise State's possession. Looking to maybe break around that right sideline. Pushing it back towards the middle. Shaking defenders off of him. Great toss to the side. If he can hold on to that, oh, but C of I is right there to force him out of bounds.
Boise State impressive with keeping possession under all of those tackles, all of those rucks, all of those passes.
Very good job. And number 11 walking away with some bruises after that. He lifted up his short and he had a massive one on his leg. These guys are fighting out here. Oh, a fight at the top. Knocks it into Boise State's possession. Oh, great behind the back toss. If number 15 has the speed to shake off C of I.
The pass, another
backwards pass, and he is gonna get in. Slides in for the try. Boise State with another score.
All set up with that beautiful behind the back.
Behind the back.
No look pass.
Yeah, that was impressive.
You don't see that too often in rugby. That was a very pretty pass. And set up all the rest of that drive where Boise State had more numbers than C of I.
Yeah, that was impressive. It's gonna be a tough angle for the kick. And also, shout out to Dylan, supporting Montana State. We got those games coming up real soon after these men's games finish off. Some exciting matchups in that women's tourney. Now Boise State to kick off to C of I. Not sure what was going on there. Oh, missed that kick. C of I really gonna have to step on the gas here with, I'm guessing, about 1 minute to 2 minutes left in this ball game. Oh, some confusion there by C of I, but they come down with it. Really looking to put some points on the board, trying to run through him, and Boise State denies him, pins him to the ground.
That was just a brilliant shoulder tackle, Andrew.
Yeah. And I'm proud to say I know that guy too. His nickname's Maui. Whoa, some pushing and shoving going on.
So penalty against Maui for not coming through the gate. He tried to come and get that ball from the side. Not allowed in rugby. You got to come directly from your opposing side, not from the sideline.
Gotcha.
to step over and take that ball. So
C of I, oh, breaking some ankles there, forcing it up the middle, and I think he's gonna score. Depending on how much time they leave on the clock, they still have a chance here. C of I with the try. 17-12, or yeah, 17-12. Boise State is currently leading, but
now the clock says 7:40, Andrew. I think the ref's going to blow the whistle after this kick, and that'll be the end of the match. You never know, though. He might have another 30 seconds on his clock, and it all comes down to what the referee has on his clock.
yeah, I was just thinking that maybe there's a little bit more time because of like that that scruffle earlier and a couple of other things. But they get the conversion, so 17-14.
That's it. The referee blew the whistle. The match is done. Boise State pulls it off by just a mere 3 points.
Here we go.
Well,
Boise State.
Congratulations to C of I. That was an impressive match. I know the C of I program was just a powerhouse 20, 30 years ago, but it kind of fell apart, and they've been rebuilding over the last few years. Good to see that they're out here competing and giving that kind of a match to Boise State, which is definitely a good team.
Yeah, that was a really good matchup, and as a Boise State fan, glad to see both of our men's teams coming out with wins today.
Well, that was a nice break from the women's action. Of course, that's why we're here, Andrew.
Yep.
We're live on YouTube and the other socials for the Fool's Gold Women's Rugby Tournament here in Boise, Idaho. We're at the Lincoln Turf Field. It's about 45 degrees. There's no more wind. There's no more rain. There's no more excuses.
Yep.
We're into crunch time. And this is the match that I've been waiting for.
Oh, yeah.
Central Washington against Colorado State. And I got a chance to talk to some of the Colorado State players during my break.
Okay.
They're definitely focused on defense, putting a lot of pressure, getting their tackles down low, communicating, blitzing. They're ready for this Central Washington team. The only question is, are they going to have enough to overcome what we've seen, the passing and the talent, the ability, the speed that Central Washington's going to bring to this game?
Well, that's what we're all here to see, Rich. We got our highest viewer count as of right now, 85, that it's been all day. So everyone tuning in to watch this highly anticipated matchup. Possession going to Central Washington to start off the first half.
Yeah, and already to start, Andrew, the passing by Central Washington is just unbelievable.
Yeah,
these girls are so
crisp.
talented.
Forcing it down the left sideline, but CSU fighting. Do they make it in?
Yep, Sir's calling
they
it a try.
do. That's a try for Central Washington. Real quick into this ball game, under a minute, and they already putting up points.
She just pushed the kick a little bit to the right, so we're going to be stuck at 5-0. Central up over Colorado State. Just a minute into this game. Sorry, Andrew, go ahead.
No, I didn't mean to cut you off there, but I'm excited to see how Colorado State's offense looks with, because I know they have a couple of speedsters on their team, and as good as Central Washington is, I feel like number 6 may be able to outrun a couple of them. Good catch there by Colorado.
Yeah, Colorado State definitely has some speed. Number 6 is fast, number 9 is fast. Oh, that's not back 10. That's going to be an additional penalty.
Good passing by Colorado State. Number 6 with the ball, and what did I say? Just give her the ball because that speed cannot be contained. As she slides in for the try, Colorado State ties up the ball game, 5-5.
Of course, Colorado State scoring that try near the center of the uprights. They've got a chance here with the kick to take the lead, Andrew.
Maybe we have an upset on our hands. But number 6 really can just put on the burners. Slightly left. So we are tied up at 5-5.
Now, I'm trying to remember from those earlier games we watched with Central Washington. Did the other teams even score on them?
I don't think so. So this is, yeah, you're correct. This is the first score against their defense.
It'll be interesting to see how Central reacts to that kind of a drive and a score.
Yeah, it definitely will show what they're made of. But they're looking pretty strong coming out of here with these passes. And shaking off defenders along the way. Juking out all of these Colorado State defenders, passing it. Another one, and she is gonna walk in for the try, setting that down for Central Washington, taking a 10-5 lead.
Well, that's a pretty quick response to
Yeah,
a try by Colorado State.
And it looks like we got Michelle supporting Colorado State. I know she's watching number 6 turn on the Jets, as well as Carrie watching Central Washington, and Anna watching Colorado State. So we got a variety of fans out there supporting both of these teams. And a kickoff from Central Washington and Colorado State. A little bit of a fumble with the ball.
Unlucky bounce and a knock by Colorado State.
Leading to a scrum.
If Colorado State has a chance in this game, they really need to minimize the number of errors, the unforced errors. On a kick like that, when you've got a chance to catch it, they're just going to have to catch it to stay in this game with Central Washington.
Yep. And out of the scrum, Central Washington comes up with the ball. Looking to break away. If she can stiff arm her, she's free. The ball lands in Central Washington's hand. And is that a score? It is. Central Washington with another try.
Boy, just pure will by number 12 with Central Washington. She got tackled and hit about 5 or 6 meters from the goal line. Just kept driving those legs, pump, 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 until she found herself over that line.
Oh yeah, she would not be denied that score. And another tough angle on a kick. Central Washington.
Well, excuse me, I said number 12, but I think it may have been number 11 that went in for that try.
I think so, because yeah, she's wearing the helmet.
We apologize, parents and fans from around the world watching on YouTube. We don't have rosters for these teams, so we're limited to just my bad eyesight and Andrew's guesses as to who it was that carried that.
Oh, and a collision right off the kickoff.
Ref
Central
reaching
Washington.
into his pocket for the yellow card.
Oh.
So a couple of issues with that one, Andrew. She got hit up high.
Real high.
And whenever a player makes a tackle in rugby, by rule, they're supposed to wrap up.
Yeah.
They can't just hit like a football tackle, a hit. They have to try to engage them and wrap them up.
Yeah.
I didn't see that player wrapping. I just saw a collision. And I'm not sure that was on purpose. I think she was looking up at the ball, saw that ball come in, and then adjusted. It just in that split moment didn't get a chance to really get down low and wrap up. But either way, yellow card against
Central Washington.
Central could be an opportunity here for Colorado State. Hopefully,
hopefully she's doing all good. She's been down for a little while now, but obviously wishing the best that there's nothing serious going on down there.
Now she is sitting up, getting up on her own. A cheer from the crowd.
There we go. Walking off on her own 2 feet.
Sure, if nothing else, she got the wind knocked out of her. That was a hard hit.
Yeah. Most likely what happened. But as you said, hopefully Colorado State can go out there and take advantage of the one less player that Central has now. Swinging the ball is Colorado State. Number 6, and there she goes. If she can, this is unbelievable. She, I think, is going to get to the goal. Can she? She will. Number 6 is a beast. Does it all by herself to add another try for Colorado State.
How many times, Andrew, do we see her in those games earlier today with that breakaway speed, and she's getting a chance to display it here against Central?
Oh, yeah. She is turning on the burners. And a big kick here. If they can make this, that puts them in position to take the lead with another try. And it's in. Great kick by Colorado State. 15-12 is the score. Central Washington leading. And that was to end the first half. Wow. And I see that our fans out there watching are also super happy with number 6. She is a stud.
Go M, what a stud. We agree.
Yes.
And we love those comments you guys are bringing to us on YouTube. Go ahead and keep up with those comments, questions that you have. Shout out where you're from and where you're watching these girls play from. Man, that was exciting.
That was really fun.
If there's a team that's going to give Central Washington a run for their money, it's Colorado State, and Colorado State is pumped up for this game.
You can tell that they want it. And seriously, number 6 is just putting it on her back, taking these tries to the house.
Yeah, that's 2 from beyond the halfway mark, all the way through. You leave somebody that fast, just a little gap, and good luck catching her.
She's gone.
She's gone.
She's gone. And a real quick first half there. Going into a really exciting second half with potentially Central Washington facing their most tough opponent of the day.
I would love to hear what the coaches had to say to the Colorado State girls at half there. I would imagine it's got to be keep the pressure on. Don't let Central develop their plays and start working that ball wide with the wide passes. You've got to keep pressure on them, keep them moving backwards until they make that mistake and then capitalize on it.
100%, and they just need to keep doing what they're doing. Starting off the second half, Colorado State kicking off to Central. Going out of bounds, though.
On the flip side of that coin, if I were the Central coach, I think I'd go into that halftime saying, relax, you're fine, stick with the game plan, do what we know how to do. Because Centrals look like a machine out there.
And I think once they start getting those really wide passes like we may be about to see right here, this is when they're at their best. And number 11's really good. She's got her own burners on her. She might be able to make it, and she will. I don't think Colorado State's going to be able to catch her. And Central Washington responds with a try. Number 11 turned on the Jets.
Andrew, is that number 11's 4th, 5th, 6th try today?
We've lost count. She's just scoring them at will.
That white scrum cap definitely makes her stand out, and we've seen her score from all sides of the pitch.
May have had a little bit of a rough slide in there. I see a little bit of a limp on the way back. Hopefully not gonna affect the play too much. Now, after that score, 22-12, Central Washington leading over Colorado State. And it looks like we have a name for number 11 based off of these comments. I think it is Sammy. Sammy number 11 is cooking out here.
Well, thank you, fans, parents, and everybody else watching that are bringing those names of the roster to us.
Yes, because we do not have that information with us, unfortunately.
Colorado State with the quick line out there.
Pushing through these defenders on Central. Real quick to get back going. And a great tackle there by Central.
Referee calling a penalty against Central for coming off of their feet there. In the ruck, they have to maintain their feet.
And number 6, if she does it again, what a pass! If she can shake off a couple defenders, they have room. But Central Washington right there to defend.
Yep, an appropriate penalty by the referee. Oh, unlucky. Trying to go quick, Central knocks the ball. It'll be a Colorado State put into the scrum.
Oh. Colorado State looking to put some more points on the board to keep this game close and not let it get out of hand. If I'm Colorado State, I think I want to get the ball to number 6. And we have a name for number 6. It is Dee's granddaughter, Emily.
M.
Oh my goodness. Shaking off defenders and beats the final one to walk in and place that ball down for the try. Central Washington with the score.
Did you see that stiff arm?
Oh my gosh.
Just the power of that stiff arm.
Wow. Central Washington showing that they can turn up another gear when they need to.
Yeah, I don't think that there's another challenger to Central Washington as good as Colorado State. And even with the pressure and even with Colorado State getting close, getting within, were they down 5 points at one point?
Yeah.
Central's just responded back with 1, 2, 3
Three tries
now.
at this point now, leading 29-12 over Colorado State. And a little bit of a backwards kick there. So going to Colorado State at the center line.
Yeah, what looked like a close match. And Colorado State putting some pressure on. Now it's only 2 minutes to go.
Really looking to put some points on the board.
Colorado State's got to be in desperation mode right now.
But Central driving her to the ground. My goodness. Talk about a tackle. Oh, and Central coming out of it with the ball. If she can get that to her.
Oh, they've got numbers on the outside. Unlucky knock with just a minute left in this match. 29-12, Central leading Colorado State.
And a bunch of shout outs here for Tessa, number 7 on Central Washington. Shout out to Tessa. Going into the Colorado State comes out with it. Number 6 with the ball. And I think Central Washington maybe had a game plan to not let number 6 get free space.
Yeah, they've certainly contained her much more in this second half.
Yes. But Colorado State still fighting. Oh my, that was a tackle. And closing in on that 7-minute mark now, we may be looking at a Central Washington win. Comes out to Central Washington. May be able to score again if she can break away, and she will. Oh my goodness. Talk about the burners. She sets that down casually, and Colorado State upsetly kicks the ball. And Central Washington adds another try.
Well, I told you that Central was going to be dominant in this tournament, and I thought that Colorado State was going to have a chance. They certainly kept it close in that first half, but wow, oh wow. Is Central Washington the real deal or what?
They are the real deal. And back to that original comment, there was, I forget who said it, but saying that they're the best in the nation. They're one of the best in the nation, and they're proving that today. And we may have just gotten a preview of our championship matchup.
Yeah, I would certainly expect to see both of those teams in that final bracket, but you never know. That's why we're going to play these games out, see where they land. Look for Southern Utah to put some pressure on and make it into that championship game. Look for Boise State's women's A side to put some pressure on and try to work it into that final match.
Yep. But overall, definitely shout out to both teams because that was a really good game and really fun to watch. And those Central Washington Wildcats are showing out in the comments. The love is real. They are supporting their girls. Thank you guys for continuing to comment. And starting off our 10th game of the day, Boise State B versus Montana State B. Boise State looking to advance on the sideline, but Montana State right there to slow them down. Oh, good cutback by Boise State, but gets tripped up.
So I know there was a penalty against Montana State, but the referee didn't give me an extra signal to tell me what kind of penalty that one was for. So I'm left here
but Boise State coming out of the center of the defense, and if she can continue this speed, she will make it. Boise State with the first score of the game. 5-0, Boise State over Montana State.
And Boise State with the conversion, pushing that score up to 7-0 over the Montana State B side. Boise State's A side and Montana State's A side will be playing their match right after this one. Boise State with the restart to Montana State.
Montana State will have a tough go around here, because right after this game, well, they play right after the next game, so they're gonna have to save their energy. Boise State with possession now. Trying to swing that ball, but Montana State just rips it away and comes out with it. Looking to turn it upfield, but Boise State defense is just stopping them.
Not a clean restart by Montana State, so the ref's giving her a chance to do that once over. It was a loose ball, a knock, a forward pass, something wrong by Montana State there, but going to be a Boise State ball in this scrum.
And currently Boise State leading Montana State 7-0 with about 3 minutes to go in this first half. Montana State being dragged to the ground.
I think the referee was calling Boise State for playing the ball while on the ground in that situation.
Interesting. Ball lands in Boise State's hands. And if she can turn on the jet, she's only got one girl to beat. Oh, and she shakes her. Did she get in? She did. That is a try for Boise State. What a move by number 12.
Great bit of footwork there at the end to sidestep her, get her off balance, little razzle-dazzle, shake and bake, going back and forth, left and right. Finished with the try. That's a good bit of footwork to finish that up.
Yeah, what a move. And putting the Broncos up 12-0 over Montana State. About a minute and 30 seconds left in this first half. Montana State recovers. Pass back. Looking to push it up the left sideline. They have the number if they can make that final pass, but Boise State's able to get there. Montana State still with it.
Referee's got advantage for Montana State.
And Boise State's defense looking good, but right as I say it, Montana State just walks on by and is going to take the score. Another try from Montana, or the first try from Montana State, and that will be 12-5. We got ourselves a game.
Just before half, depending on this conversion, Montana State definitely has a competitive battle here with Boise State.
Yes, they do. Missed kick there, but Still within.
Yeah, within 7.
One. Yeah, they're within 7, which is a score and a kick.
So going into half, Boise State up. The Boise State B up 12-5 over Montana State. Or are we on B or is there A's now?
No, we are on Montana State B versus Boise State B.
That's right. You know, the nice thing I like that the tournament organizers have done so far is keeping this tournament on schedule. If you're following along and waiting to see your players in an upcoming match, we're just a few minutes behind, which is not uncommon, but we're not horribly behind. The next game's supposed to kick off at 1, and it is 1 o'clock now. We're probably about 10 minutes away, so we're probably 10 minutes behind. Not bad with the tournament and what the organizers have done here today.
Yeah, very good event that has been pulled off, and really happy to see a lot of people coming in and tuning in from all over the world and watching their family or friends or whoever play. And you can see on the sidelines, those players are jumping up and down, clapping their hands, trying to stay warm because it's still pretty cold out here. No rain, but still cloudy, still cold.
Well, here we come back for the second half of this match between Boise State B-side versus Montana State B-side. What questions do you have so far, Andrew? Anything in the game confusing you or questioning? I mean, it seems like you've caught on to everything pretty quickly, and you get a real concept or idea of the flow of the game.
I guess, yeah, I've caught on to the general flow of the game, but I guess I'll just be confused when the referee, I guess I'm not necessarily, when you're like, oh, advantage, or like instantly. I still don't know his hand signals enough, but I can tell obviously when the referee interferes. That's what we're seeing right now. Looks like we're going for a scrum.
So as the action is playing and continuing on, you'll often see the referee just put his hand up slightly and hold it there while the action continues.
Okay.
He's indicating that he has advantage to the team that he's putting his arm out to.
Boise State almost able to get a score there, but Montana State runs back to keep her from getting in. But real close to the goal line. Let's see if Boise State can convert. Good pass back to her teammate. If she can break away to the edge, she should be able to get there. And she does. Boise State with the try, putting them up 17-5 over Montana State.
Just a minute and a half into this second half, and Boise State has extended that lead by 12. The conversion is no good, but Boise State putting a little bit more pressure on Montana State.
Yes, indeed. And we'll see how Montana State responds. Because if they want to keep this close, they're going to have to come back with a score of their own.
So to get back to advantage, Andrew, a key thing is watch the referee, and you won't hear a whistle, but you will see an arm come up. And if his arm comes up and he continues to let the action play, that means he's playing advantage for a knock, a penalty, some kind of infraction. But the team that has the ball is going to get the ball anyway, and let them play on under advantage until they make a mistake or they get enough distance, and then the advantage is over.
Okay, understandable. And that pass back to Montana State almost went over her head, but shaking off defenders. Boise State not able to wrap up. Oh, I don't know if they're going to be able to catch her. But number 7 is flying down the field, not giving up. But still, Montana State is able to make it and score, making this a ball game. 17-10 now. Boise State still leading, but Montana State coming right back with a score of their own. And a missed kick there. But still within a score and a kick for Montana State.
Yeah, Montana State's keeping this one exciting. With only about 3.5 minutes left in this half, 3.5 minutes left in this game, Montana State needs to keep that pressure up.
Yes, indeed, and Boise State probably telling themselves that they just got to wrap up right there. Looks like we're going for a scrum. Let's see who comes out with it. Oh, that's a question that I have. So in the scrum, I noticed that the team who's throwing it, in this case Montana State, like they can angle it towards their side, like when they throw it in the middle, or do they have to throw it directly down the middle?
Technically, they're supposed to roll it in between both teams.
Yes.
Straight into between both teams. Now, it doesn't have to be in the middle. She can position herself closer to her own team, but it still has to be rolled parallel to the goal line.
Okay.
What these teams often do, and refs let them get away with it all the time, is they just angle it a little bit to give their team an advantage and get it underneath their own team.
And Montana State, oh my goodness, gains possession and scores. Look at that, just like that. Boise State on the verge of being upset here with a little comeback from Montana State.
This is going to be a tough kick.
This will be from this angle. Oh, and completely misses it, but still got the score.
Well, just over a minute left in this half, and Boise State is up by the hair of their chinny chin chin.
Yep, they're probably feeling the pressure a little bit now, and definitely want to take care of the possession and not give Montana State the ball. About a little over a minute left in the second half, so Boise State really needs to value this ball and possession. Looking good so far. Oh, she can pass it out one more. Oh, almost there.
The sir's given a signal like it was a knock, but I'm pretty sure he's just calling out that forward pass.
Going to the scrum.
30 seconds left with Montana State, a real opportunity here. Boise State's defense needs to put on a lot of pressure here, slow down Montana State and run this clock out.
And Montana State does come up with the possession. Not a lot of time to get a score. And we have reached that 7-minute mark now, so we are in extra time. Boise State putting on the clamps right now.
I think he's given a penalty for playing that ball on the ground. It looked like a good poach by Boise State and turnover, but referee saw something he didn't like.
And I think number 19 is just trying to take it in herself. Lands in the hands of Montana State, but Boise State just not wanting.
Penalty against Boise State for not rolling away.
Uh-oh.
Penalty against Boise State for not being back 10.
Penalties every which way right now.
Stacking up against Boise State and really giving Montana State an opportunity to get closer to that try line.
Yeah. Got to be nervous right now if you're a fan of Boise. But Montana State is coming down with a vengeance. Good pass there. And Boise State comes up with the steal. If she can break away here, this is just going to be game over. Montana State still fighting. And I think she is going to get to her.
The foot race.
Oh, gets her, but she gets her by the shoulder. Oh my gosh.
The effort.
Oh my gosh. Boise State with the try. Runs down the whole field herself, giving 110%. Wow, she is gassed. And a little bit short there on the kick, but that's got to be the ball game, I would think. And it is Boise State beating Montana State B 22-15. That was a close one and a really fun one to watch. Coming up next, we will have Boise State versus Montana State again. Just this time it will be for the A teams for both sides. And once again, thanks for tuning in, everybody. We are watching the Fool's Gold Rugby 7's tournament. It is April 1st, 2023. Watching at the Lincoln Turf Field in Boise, Idaho. Our next matchup is the Boise State A versus Montana State A teams. And I'm ready to watch. And it may not be able to be seen on the live stream, but the rain is starting to come down again. And this early on in the day was having a big effect on the players being able to pass the ball, catch the ball. And if the rain picks back up again, that's going to have a big effect on all these teams. To start off, Boise State kicking to Montana State. Montana State able to gain possession. Running it up the teeth of the defense. A nice backwards pass. Running through defenders. Montana State Some good passing going on right now. Boise State's tackling is also looking really good. And number 10 for Montana State is able to get in for the try. What a run. And Montana State on the board first, 5-0. Let's see if they can make the kick. And I believe that was no good. Or was it?
Well, I still only see 5-0 on the scoreboard, so I'm guessing your guess is good.
Yeah.
Unlike the kick.
I think it's 5. Montana State kicking off to Boise State now.
Ready to bring it back in? We have a ghosted image in there. No, it's on the program monitor too. It's on that monitor. Look here.
Knocked by Boise State.
Going into the scrum. Montana State pushing up the ball. And Boise State's defense is tackling today. Looking really good, but Montana State just keeps putting the pressure on them. Number 4 carrying 2 girls with her. Boise State trying to fight off when they're this close to the goal, but no! Montana State slides in for the try. Continues to put the pressure on Boise State.
Andrew, the rough part about that drive was that Montana State wasn't really getting the ball out wide. They were barely making 3 or 4 or 5 foot passes and then running right back into Boise State's defense. So Boise State's defense looked amazing because they were making tackle after tackle after tackle. The unfortunate part was eventually Boise State's defense broke down, excuse me, and Montana State was able to find a gap, knock one player over, and run through. Montana State's got to do a little bit better job getting the ball out wide to find a little bit more space. And Boise State's defense, although they were making a lot of tackles, needs to be a little bit more aggressive and slow down that attack by Montana State.
Agreed. Well, let's see how they respond here. Hopefully looking to get some points on the board. Make this a close game. Boise State running down the teeth of the defense. If she can get that to her. Nope. Montana State with the recovery, but it looks like the referee keeping it with Boise State.
Signaling an offsides against Montana State.
If she gets that pass, she does, and she has the right sideline and some speed along with it. She is going to take that all the way for the try. Boise State putting some points on the board.
So that's Boise State doing exactly what I was recommending Montana State do. Get that ball out a little bit wider, take advantage of that space, take advantage of the overload of numbers. Boise State did a really great job of those passes and getting that ball out wide, get it to their speedster, then the rest is history. 5 points for Boise State.
100%. Great offense, great passing. And they're right back in this ball game. and hits the kick.
Yeah, Boise State just down by 5 now with a minute left. Just a little bit over a minute left in this first half. Boy, 7's, the action just goes so quick, even from half to half. It just seems like this just started and we're almost done with the first half already.
Montana State, oh, and she is shaking defenders off of her. She's gonna take it herself. Number 7, Montana State responds right away with a try of their own. (17-7), Montana State leading.
I'm not sure what kind of commentary to give you on that one, Andrew, besides that's just power.
Yep.
That's just raw power. Number 7 running from Montana State, shoving off a couple of tacklers and taking it to the house. That's impressive.
That's just skill. And not able to get the kick there. It's still up by 10.
Apparently the referee thinks there's enough time for another restart. We'll get at least a couple more plays in before half.
We'll see if Boise State can take an opportunity or take advantage of that opportunity.
And that's halftime.
Never mind.
Dead ball with the knock on, and so the referee blows the whistle and we're at half. Boise State down 17-7 against Montana State.
And it looks like the rain is picking back up. It's been a very light drizzle, but still coming back, which would have an effect on play. And here it comes. The rain is picking back up for the second half between Boise State and Montana State, with Montana State up 17-7. And here comes the rain. It is picking back up heavy now.
Well, I would certainly think if you're Montana State, you're pretty encouraged coming into the second half. You got a 10-point lead and have had some good momentum. The only changing variable, like you've already pointed out, all of a sudden here comes the rain, and it's raining pretty hard. It's not a light rain by any means. The field's going to be soaked, the ball's going to be soaked, the fingers are going to be soaked. Everything could change in the second half with this rain.
And we'll see who comes out looking better with the weather being how it is. Boise State pushing up the left sideline, but being pushed out of bounds.
One thing about rugby compared to football is every time you take the ball out of bounds, you lose it. In football, it just means it's the second down or third down, or maybe you're going into the fourth down. In rugby, every time it's the fourth down. If you run out of the bounds, you've just given the ball to
Change
the
of
other
possession,
team.
yeah. And it looks like a little bit of a not so ideal pass for Montana State, and Boise State's going to come away with it. If they can swing this ball quickly, they would have had the numbers on the side, but Montana State is just making them go backwards right now. And if they pick up the ball, they are just going to walk in for a try and add to their lead. Montana State with the score.
Well, that could be the cold hands, the cold fingers, the wet ball already playing a factor, because that was a lot of drop passes and a lot of muffed catches there.
It was.
That just drove Boise State back until Montana State finally got the chance to take the ball and the points.
And as I look outside now, the rain is seemingly just gone, as it was coming down like really hard 30 seconds ago. So that cloud must be moving fast. Kickoff there to Boise State, but
did not go 10.
Did not.
So free kick to Boise State.
Oh, and Boise State has a hole, just like that. Number 5 is gonna take it all the way for the try. Sets it down quickly because they know that they gotta put up some points quick. Number 5's got some breakaway speed. I think she was the who scored the first goal for Boise State.
Yeah, I believe you're right.
I think that was just a simple matter of the defense getting their eyes in on the kick and not their eyes up and out on the players that were attacking. They didn't pick up on number 5, and by the time she got that ball, she had a huge gap in front of her, and it's just a foot race.
Because you really, at least from what I've been observing, I would think you'd want to play the angles of, oh, and as I'm saying that, who cares? Because number, I don't know, Montana State's going to take it for the try.
It's like just a reverse mirror image of what we just watched happen with Boise State. A kickoff, a bounce, defense not prepared, not ready, taking an angle like you're talking about, cutting inside. That she did it, our Boise State player did that. That's a tough situation for any team to find yourself in when you're trying to watch the ball, figuring out where the ball's going and who's going to pick the ball up, and then the next thing you know, they're cutting back inside of you and you're off balance and they're gone.
Yeah, they see that daylight and they are off to the races, with Montana State now leading 28-12 over Boise State.
Yeah, Boise State certainly has some work to do to get back into this match.
They'll definitely want to get a quick score here with about 3 minutes left in the second half. Looks like they were trying to change direction there, but Montana State doing a good job to keep them in front. They have the numbers if they swing it fast enough. Is she? Good swing back, but Montana State is right there to keep them from breaking away. Good quick pass there. But once again, Montana State is on it. Oh, and she gets leveled as she's fumbling the ball. A good kick out to the right, and she cuts inside. Oh, great tackle, because if she didn't make that, she was gone. Oh, but my goodness, Montana State with these jersey grabs are saving tries from being scored by Boise State. Boise State, outside pass to the right. Oh, and she shakes her inside, goes out. She is gonna take this to the house. Boise State, number 9, with the try, trying to get them back in this game. And with that score, it is now 28-17, Montana State with the lead. But a good kick by, oh, was that a miss? That was Looks mistaken. That was a miss. 28-17. Montana State leads over Boise State.
Yeah, with only 30 seconds left. It's not looking too promising for Boise State. They'd almost need to score right off of this kickoff, get the ball back and get one more chance.
Yeah.
And then make a conversion kick as well.
Not likely, but I bet you they're going out there to fight. And here comes that cloud again, because it is raining heavy out of nowhere. Montana State fumbling the ball a little bit. I think the rain has something to do with it.
Yeah, that was wild. There was no rain at all, and then all of a sudden,
now it's going away again.
It's like springtime showers.
Yeah.
On and off again.
Going into a scrum here, but with it 10 seconds over the 7-minute mark, we may be looking at the end of the game here pretty soon. Boise State's able to recover though. If she can make this play, she may have the angle. Does she? She cuts back inside and she will get in. Oh my goodness, and she's tackled as she scores. Wow.
Well, that was fun to watch. That was a little bit of razzle-dazzle. Did you notice Boise State lined up all of their backs on this side of the scrum, and as the scrum was developing, they all raced around the other side and caught
Montana State
off guard on the wrong side of the pitch. So pretty. I like that play a lot.
Yeah.
Just, a little too late for Boise State to come back. But that was a good match, a fun match.
Great
Congratulations to Montana State on that one. Boise State, hard fought. Have to keep your chins up on that. All right, so it looks like we're ready for our last match of the pool play.
Yeah.
Montana State's B side against Southern Utah.
Yeah, and I'm excited to see Southern Utah again. Another really good looking team in this tournament. And Jeffrey, shout out to Dylan Hadley, number 9 on Boise State. Thank you for the comment.
Well, Andrew, as we kind of wind this day down, 5 matches left to go to see who wins first place out of all of these teams.
Yeah.
You and I have been on our feet for about 6 hours now.
Yeah.
7 hours now.
Yep. My knees are a little bit
I can see you're trying to get some stretches in.
Yep. Doing little squats.
I don't want you going down like a groomsman at a wedding, so keep stretching out those legs. Keep that blood moving, everybody. Big shout out again to Boise State's television team here broadcasting the Boise State Women's Rugby Club, a Fool's Gold match here on April 1st, Boise State Lincoln Turf Memorial Field. Is it a Memorial Field? Maybe just Lincoln Turf. A little late for Memorial for Lincoln. They already got one of those somewhere.
Yeah, I think it's just Lincoln Turf, but
a great place. Boise State's really been a friend of the clubs, the rugby community here. They've allowed Boise State to play on this one for a lot of years, and we really enjoy doing broadcasts from up here, getting the angles that we get and be able to watch these teams play.
And the wind's really picking up now. The wind and the rain messing up our booth. But as that's happening, Southern Utah coming off strong for the try, running past the whole defense of Montana State to go up 5-0. And this wind is really picking up, Rich.
Boy, she was putting the speed on, and at the same time, the wind was putting the speed on. It went from no wind a little while ago to that's got to be a 15 to 20 mile an hour wind coming right into our face.
Yeah.
Folks, we apologize if there's some extra background noise with that wind. Not much we can do about that. We're going to continue to hunker down up here, freeze our tushes off, and see if we can't finish out this day, calling out the Fool's Gold Match Rugby 7's tournament.
What a fast score there for Southern Utah. Coming out swinging within the first 15 seconds.
Andrew, am I seeing snow?
I think you are seeing a little bit of it. The weather is just
what is going on here?
Atrocious right now. My goodness. We were like fighting to keep our tent up. Coming out of the scrum, they may redo it. Oh, nope, they're gonna give it to Montana State. Montana State looking to respond after that really quick score by Southern Utah. But what a tackle there by Southern Utah. And oh my goodness, this wind is serious. Montana State getting pushed out of bounds there. And now I'm really starting to get cold here, Rich. It's not looking good. Oh, great pat back there by Southern Utah. Able to pick it up. Trying to fight off a defender. Passing it back, I think they're gonna try to go up the right side, but a fumble of the ball lets Montana State steal it.
Referee's got advantage for that knock, letting Montana State play on under advantage. Great counter ruck by Southern Utah there to steal that one away.
Oh, and if she can get it to her on the side, oh, she missed it. But Montana State's right there to close off Southern Utah from breaking away.
Penalty for not rolling away. An additional penalty for not being back 10.
And I think with this weather, I'm starting to see some fans out there in the sections leave.
Are they leaving or are they getting blown away?
Maybe they're getting blown away.
Southern Utah with the numbers, but just knocked it in a moment there of wind and rain.
As we're trying to bunker down here in our tent. We're going into a scrum.
Going into a squall.
Squall.
No. Penalty against Southern Utah.
So Montana State possession. A little bit of a short pass there by Montana State, but I believe maybe looking to work up the left sideline if they can get it all to work well. But Southern Utah right there to shut it down. And a good tackle there by Southern Utah. We had an out-of-bounds pass here for Southern Utah. Going up high, right back to the passer.
Southern Utah able to regain possession. Probably hoping to move it down the left sideline if they can pass it quickly. That's going to be a long pass here, but if she's got the burners, she cuts back inside, goes back out.
There's
if
the
she's
moves.
there it is. Number 10. Oh, and she shakes everyone. Lands right in the middle of the post for a try. Southern Utah, number 10 has the moves. She's done it before and she did it again.
The game of sevens is so much about creating space. If you can create that space and get it to somebody like number 10, they're going to make those moves. They're going to put the speed on. They're going to give you a show, and that's just what happened there. She finally found enough space to get some acceleration going. And once she had her speed up, good luck catching her and good luck putting the moves on her.
And they also were able to convert that kick, so at the half, Southern Utah up 12-0 against Montana State. Ooh.
Well, we've got the tarps out, we've got the ratchets out, we've got all kinds of protection built for us up here, but I don't know if it's helping much. It was warmer about 3 hours ago.
Yeah.
I mean, it was 39 degrees and it's 45 now.
But that wind is just...
a 15 to 20 mile an hour wind pressing into our faces. I mean, and we're up here inside of the garage, a little bit sheltered. These girls are out there running around in that rain and the wind and the cold.
Shorts and t-shirts.
It's a miserable day to be playing rugby, so hats off to all these girls that are taking the courage to take the field, to take that pitch and have these kinds of collisions and have those hits even though their bodies are cold.
Yeah,
it's just a miserable feeling.
They are fighting through any sort of pain that they're having, trying to get that fool's gold. On April Fool's Day. And to start off the second half, Southern Utah to kick off to Montana State.
Yeah, and once again, here comes more rain.
Just out of nowhere. The weather really cannot make up its mind right now.
Like penalty against Southern Utah for going off their feet and not rolling away.
And bouncing off of Southern Utah, girls left and right. Montana State, what a run by number 10. Montana State probably looking to get a little bit more wider here, but Southern Utah just rips that away.
Southern Utah's number 15 did rip that one away. Beautiful. Unlucky that as she was doing it, her hand was pressing on the ball, pushed that ball forward, which again is illegal. That's a knock on. Montana State put in here at the scrum.
We'll see who comes out with it. And it goes to Southern. Oh, no, Montana State gains possession. Swings that ball back. And wow, almost ripped away again. Montana State right back on attack. Good tackle there. Montana State real close to the goal here. Trying to make this a game if they can score. Number 14 able to get in for the first score of the day for Montana State. 12-5, we got ourselves a game.
Looks like we're gonna go into half. Montana State down by either 7 or 5, depending on the conversion. I must have missed the conversion. It already happened and they missed it.
There we go, they did miss it.
And we're back at the action here.
I think the scoreboard, the clock must not be running, but I do believe it's the second half. And this wind is just not letting up. If it's affecting us up here, I can't imagine what it's like for the girls on the field. No one able to come away with that ball.
Sometimes in a scrum, it's just such a mess. There's so much chaos and confusion. The ref will just blow his whistle and say, let's start over and do that one again.
Yeah, that's exactly what we just saw. But Southern Utah, looks like they got almost a stumble there. Oh, good strip away there by Montana State. And I'm not too sure how much time is left in this game because the scoreboard doesn't have the clock running. We gotta think that we're at least halfway through this second half. Southern Utah able to come away with the ball. And if they can swing it fast, they may have the numbers down the left, but no, she goes right back up the middle. Dragging a Montana State player with her feet.
Penalty against Montana State for getting off their feet.
Southern Utah looking to score another try here. Really put this game out of reach for Montana State. If they can pay one more pass. Ooh, a little late. State's possession to Southern Utah. Able to shake off defenders. Number 7 for Southern Utah does get the try. 17-5 now. They lead over Montana State.
Well, we apologize, everyone watching online. The scoreboard is giving us the score, but not the amount of time. We don't know if there's a minute left, if there's 30 seconds left, if there's 2 minutes left.
Which means Montana State also doesn't know how much time is up there either.
The only way that they know is to ask the ref, sir, how much time is left in this match?
Yeah.
And he may respond, he may not, he may just ignore them.
Yeah.
So yeah, tough spot for Montana State.
And I wonder if the winds would took out messed up the board. But fighting on that left sideline, Southern Utah rips it away from Montana State, goes down the middle, cuts in and scores. Another try for Southern Utah like that, and this game may be out of reach for Montana State.
Yeah, that looks like it's it, Andrew.
Well,
Southern Utah pulling the dub 22-5 over Montana State. I tell you what, that one was a wild spring weather event.
Yeah.
Between the rain, the snow, the wind. The wind still. I mean, I'm glad you and I put on long johns because it is miserable up here.
oh my gosh.
And we're in it for 4 more games. Our next one coming up is the number 2 seed against the number 3 seed to see who earns the right into that championship match.
Which I'm not super sure who the number 2 and number 3 seed is, but we'll find out very soon. I believe it could be Boise State A, maybe. Maybe they're the 4th.
Yeah, because we don't have the access to that data. We don't know, and we don't know exactly the point system that they were using today.
Exactly.
Most likely 3 points for a win, 1 point for a tie, and maybe a bonus point for each match where they scored 4 or 5 tries in that match. Central Washington's got to be the number 1 seed, I would think.
I would think Central's the number 1 and maybe Colorado State at number 2.
Yeah, and then I would guess probably Southern Utah at number 3, which unlucky for...
Oh my goodness, one of the tents on the field goes over the fence. What is happening?
There's another.
This is ridiculous.
Yeah, this wind is a bit much. No doubt, the wind is a bit much.
Oh my gosh.
So, depending on where Southern Utah finished in this tournament, they have to play. They just played Montana State, and then they have to come back and play again right now, back-to-back games.
Yeah, that is, you're not happy for Southern Utah, especially having to play Colorado State, because they are looking really good. But I'm really excited for this matchup. I think this is going to be a really evenly matched battle.
Assuming that's who we have come out. That's what we're expecting.
Yes, that's true.
We'll find out here in just a moment as they're doing the math down on the pitch.
Whew. Wow. And it looks like we got our answer, Rich. It looks like it's Colorado State versus Montana State A.
Okay, well that answers the question on who the 4th seed.
That must be
It's gotta be
Boise State, right?
Well, I guess I don't know. I thought I had the answer, but now. Oh, here comes the answers.
Okay, so we got. Gotcha. All right, so we just were given the information. So our number 1 seed, not really surprising, Central Washington. Then we got our number 2 seed, Colorado State. Number 3, Montana State. And our number 4 seed, Boise State. So for this next game that we're about to be tuning in to, it will be Colorado State versus Montana State.
Oh, this wind is miserable. How'd you like to be down there in a pair of shorts and a wet jersey?
I would not like to be down there. But looks like these girls are going to have to be fighting through it because this weather is not wanting to let up. And here comes Colorado State out onto the field. Looks like Montana State's going to be kicking off to them first. Whew. And that's got to be tough for the players down there, trying to stay warm in between these games that they aren't playing. But here we go. The start of the playoffs, Montana State versus Colorado State. Colorado State gaining possession, but
Coughing it up already with the knock on.
yep. Going into the scrum. Montana State comes out with it. And a good tackle there by Colorado State. Montana State able to pick it back up, trying to swing it quickly to the right, forced to go up the middle. But quickly gets it back out. Ripped away by Colorado State. Great pass out. Oh, and if she can run away, she's gone. Number 10 has the speed, turns on the jets, and walks in for the first score of the game. Colorado State leads 5-0. And able to get the kick even with this wind. 7-0, Colorado State leads Montana State.
Well, it's just a matter of time until Colorado State finds that gap, finds that space. Number 6.
Number 6,
number
10.
9, number 10, and even number 1, as tall as she is, Colorado State has so much speed.
They do, and they're tough to keep up with. Right back on the attack, Montana State trying to respond to Colorado State's first score of the game.
Great tackle. Penalty didn't go to Colorado State for not releasing against Montana State.
But picked right back up by Colorado State. Oh, to 6, if she can get it to her. She can, unless he calls it a forward pass. No score for Colorado State.
With the amount of wind that we're experiencing right now, that pass might have started backwards and ended forwards.
You may be right. But nevertheless, it will be settled with scrum. Going to Montana State.
We're going to play a little bit of soccer.
Kick? Oh, and it just lands in number 6 hands. What a play. I don't know if that was intentional or not, but...
Yeah, absolutely, Andrew. When I coached rugby, I always had a drill that we called Sugby.
Sugby.
If the ball went down onto the deck, the game turned into soccer. and the players had to run down the pitch, kicking the ball to each other, playing it off of their feet, learning and anticipating how to use their feet in force situations exactly like that. When that ball's down low and it's loose on the deck, if you can kick it and chase it into your goal and press it down, the try is all yours.
That was impressive, to be able to do that in the heap of the moment.
Little Sugby action going on out here.
Yeah. A kick and the catch for number 6. She's everywhere.
It's got a lot of leg.
And that may go past that goal line. And this wind is just brutal. It is really coming at us, Rich. Oh my goodness. This is actually ridiculous.
Well, I think we may have some confusion between referees. At some point in these games today, I've seen the kicks go out the back and into the goal, and the ref brings it all the way up to the half. At some point, I've seen him bring it to the 22, which is what we're doing now.
Looks like
the new rule change has really thrown some refs off trying to figure out which is which and what time to apply the different laws. Uh-oh, here we go again.
Oh, I can't see from here, number 10.
14.
Colorado State, maybe 14, but Colorado State with the try. Right back and running up the score here in the first half. 17-0 over Montana State. And you are right there, Rich. It was number 14, so my apologies.
Well, we try to keep those correct for the parents more than anyone else.
Yep.
Watching from afar, watching from Colorado or wherever they're located at today. Wherever they're at, I guarantee it's warmer
than here
and less windy than what we're experiencing right now.
Woo. Oh my. Kickoff from Colorado State, bouncing out of bounds there.
Just quick line out by.
Probably trying to get a quick score in here before the first half. With only about, actually we're already at the 7-minute mark.
So Montana State tried to do a quick line out. For whatever reason, the ref didn't like it, blew the whistle and called it back. Now he's going to make them do an actual line out.
Ripped away there by Colorado State. Our TV screens are falling down.
And that's halftime. Colorado State up 17-0. My spirit's down. The wind is miserable. I don't know if we've talked about it enough, but just to give you a sense of what those girls are going through. We got to have 20, 25 mile an hour winds. A little bit of rain still coming down. It looked like snow at times. It looked like sun at times. I never saw a rainbow besides that pot of gold at the end of this Fool's Gold tournament.
Yes.
These girls are hunting for. Andrew, it's miserable up here. I can only imagine what those girls are feeling down there.
I know, but they're pushing through. They're trying to get that Fool's Gold, and this is one step to get to that accomplishment.
Yeah, obviously, whoever wins this one is advancing on to that championship game in another hour or so.
And Michael shouting out Cam, number 14, I would think for Colorado State there, who just scored. So shout out to Cam, Colorado State. Thank you, Michael.
Getting right back into the action here. Second half underway. The whistle from the referee and Colorado State kicking off.
Looks like it's going way left there. Not going 10 yards either, so Possession going to Montana State there at the half field line.
There goes the tent again.
Oh, looks like 2 tents have collapsed on the field. I think I'm seeing snow. The weather cannot make up its mind. But no matter what, these girls are out there trying. Almost saw a breakaway from Colorado State.
Oh, unlucky. A knock by Colorado State.
Oh, so close to having a breakaway try. Yeah, I think they've given up on trying to fix that tent too. They're just letting it sit on the ground. Oh, and an unlucky bounce from Montana State. She kicks it, she catches it. Oh, is she short or is she in?
Ref called it a try.
Let's go. Colorado State, what a play. Kicks it to herself to get the score. Unfortunate bounce from Montana State right into the hands of Colorado State.
Again, another brilliant game of Sugby going on down there. The opportunity to try to grab that ball with your hands is tempting, but with this cold weather, your cold hands, the rain, the chances of you knocking it are pretty high. A kick is a safe bet. Let's kick that ball down the field and try to scoop it up a little bit later. If you do knock it, you knock it, but either way, you got a chance to kick it down there, pass your defender.
Yep.
The other brilliant thing about kicking the ball, you're not possessing the ball, so the defense can't tackle you while you're kicking the ball.
True. We may start seeing more of that if this weather continues, because we've seen that now twice in this game alone from Colorado State. Well, Montana State trying to get it to the edge there. Oh, great teamwork between those two. If she has the speed, oh, but what a tackle and hustle from number 1. Montana State trying to push it up. Montana State trying to keep the pace, but number 6 right there on the defensive side too, making plays. And Montana State really trying to get some points on the board here if they want to make this a game. And is that a strategy for teams to just run it up knowing they're going to get tackled, but putting them in position to potentially set up the passing down the side?
It all depends on the coach and the strategy that they're crafting around the type of players they have. If you have a bulldozer, if you got somebody that can just go in there and run people over,
yeah.
If it takes more than one person to tackle you, you're naturally going to draw 2 or 3, possibly 4 defenders in. Once you draw those defenders in, if the team on attack can go quick, they can get that ball out wide, and now they're looking at a 2-on-1
Gotcha.
or a 2-on-nothing.
And a stiff arm from number 15. She's trying to do it twice. She breaks away.
Unreal.
And she gets in. Wow, Montana State, what a play by, I can't see which number from here, but
might have been
she's
15.
Breaking off tackles left and right.
I think that strategy I was just talking about is a little bit visible in what you just saw there.
Yeah.
When they ran the ball up the middle 2 or 3 times, drew the defense into the middle, and when they finally passed it out to their speedster on the wing, she only had 1 person to beat. A couple of stiff arms helped her get down there, and tenacity to finish that off. Great effort by number 15.
Great effort. That was impressive. But if they want to get back in this game, they're going to have to do that a couple more times. And Colorado State is in no rush to get that ball. think when I get home, Rich, I'm gonna make a nice hot cup of cocoa and wear my blanket and hang inside for the rest of the day because it is cold, wet out here.
A hot shower.
Yep. And I think these girls can say the same too. Whew. Kickoff to Colorado State. Looking to break away right off of the first pass, and I think she will. Running towards that center of the goalpost. Montana State is not gonna catch her, and that is another score for Colorado State.
Starting on 2. Everybody, sorry. Go. You're good on 2. What number?
And now I have a feeling this game is a little bit out of reach with 15 seconds left in the second half. Currently, Colorado State leading 29-5 against Montana State. We potentially could be looking at the last possession of this first playoff game. Good recovery catch there by Montana State. Oh, breaking away from tackles. So is number 9. Great passing going on. Looks like they're gonna try to go up the right side if they can. Uh-oh. About a minute left, or a minute over the 7-minute mark, so I have a feeling this half will be coming to a close very soon.
I kind of expected with this wind and this rain and this score, the referee was looking for any excuse to blow that final whistle, but on we go for one more.
Yep. Colorado State not giving up any freebies. With a nice strip away there. Oh, pass off of the ground, and just because they can, Colorado State with another score. What a game from the Rams.
Yeah, Colorado State really showing they have the desire, will to get into that championship match.
And maybe that first loss to Central Washington opened up some ideas for strategy with Colorado State. Maybe they can get him the next time. A little wide right on that kick, and I think that's game. Colorado State advancing in the first round to our championship game.
I think we saw the strengths of Colorado State come out in that match. They were just, even with all of that wind and all of that rain and all of this cold temperatures, they were making some good passes at critical moments. Just as the defense was coming in, they're holding the ball and passing at the last moment, leaving space for their teammate to be open, and then just showcasing that speed.
Yeah.
They've got 3 or 4 on that team that can really put the skates on.
Yeah.
And they did. They showed off that speed. What was the final score on that? 30?
That was 34 to 5.
Yeah, that was impressive by Colorado State in that playoff round.
So I think unless Boise State comes out with the shocker here, I think Central Washington and Colorado State may be our championship game. But can't get ahead of ourselves. This is game 2 of the playoffs. We have Boise State
playing Central Washington.
Yeah, come on, Andrew. Don't knock Boise State out of this thing quite yet.
Hey, don't get me wrong. I'm rooting.
We got to give them a chance to play.
Exactly.
And already a knock. Boy, this wind. I mean, I know we've talked about it all day. This wind, this rain, this cold. There's been a lot of knocks in today's matches. And Central Washington starts out with one right near their 22, Boise State's ball to put into the scrum.
Well, let's see who comes out with it. Looks like Central Washington will. Looking to push it up the right. And here comes these crisp passes. Right away. And if she can get to the sideline.
Oh, great defense.
Almost there, but Boise State, yeah, right on it.
And another knock by Central Washington.
And welcome Nick S. supporting Central Washington. Go Cats. Boise State gaining possession. Oh, almost stolen there by Central. Whoa. And I have a feeling the ref may...
He saw a penalty there.
Yep.
Central offsides. So he's going to march them back 10 and let Boise State restart the match.
And here comes Boise State on the attack, looking to push it up the right sideline. May try to reverse field territory now, but Forrest says no. Running it through a couple defenders. I don't know where the ball is because bodies are flying, but Central Washington comes out with it, and she is gonna be gone. Number 13 taking it all the way to the house, scoring a try for Central Washington. First score of the game, 5-0.
Boy, I tell you, number 13 for Central. If somebody'd help us out on the YouTube channel, I'd love to know her name. That girl is by far the fastest out here today.
Yeah.
And we've seen a lot of speed from other players on Central. We've seen a lot of speed with Colorado State, who obviously just earned their spot into the championship match, but nothing like that player. She is so fast.
Yeah. They have pretty much everything you'd want. They got size, speed, chemistry, passing. Central Washington is the real deal.
Even with this rain and this wind, their passes look so good. Look for Central to just tighten it up a little bit with this much rain and this much wind. The challenge of making those far passes, they're probably going to be a little bit tighter.
And Boise State almost had a nice little breakaway there. Ref saying offsides. Boise State trying to respond to that score. Taking it up the teeth of the defense.
Another penalty, high tackle. Or grab the collar up like a horse collar tackle. Still would be considered high.
And I think we got our answer, Rich. Thank you, Devontae, number 13, Lily Thomas. Lily Thomas has been cooking out here for Central.
Lily Speedy Thomas.
Yes.
Somebody give me her nickname, and it better be something fast.
Boise State trying to push it up that right sideline. No one else to pass it to. Can she break away? No. What a tackle. Picks it right up. Is that 13 again? That is Lily Thomas. Now we know her name with the score. Wow. Does it again for Central Washington. 12-0 with a chance to add 2 more.
I may be forced just to start making up my own nicknames for Lily Thompson until somebody gives us that on the YouTube chat.
Maybe it's just as simple as MVP.
MVP, Lily Zip Zip Thompson,
Central Washington.
Speedy Gun Thompson.
Yeah. Good kick there by Central Washington. Good catch by Boise. Good cutback. Oh, almost able to make that pass. So that's interesting. So when they fall down, they almost go into like a cradle position to hide the ball.
Yeah, it's that motion to put the ball back to their teammates.
Yeah.
They're definitely rotating, trying to make their bodies angle back to their own team.
Oh,
there's
and
the
a steal by Central. She read that the whole time. Number 7 takes it to the house. 17-0. Central over Boise State.
We hate to see that. I mean, we're up here with the Boise State crew. We're at Boise State looking down on that big orange bee. There's just no denying Central is who Central is. We knew they were good. They're showing it off today.
And they came here to play. Yes, indeed. And a lot of people coming to support them, tuning into the live stream. I think out of any of the fans, there's a lot of Central Washington. So we appreciate you guys commenting and showing love to your team. Looks like going out of bounds there off of the kick.
Nobody touched it, so it'll still be a Boise State ball. Well, it's been a real pleasure to watch Central Washington today. I hope if any of the national organizations that are out there get a chance to watch some of this broadcast, the golf report, the rugby breakdown, get a chance to watch this Central Washington team. They're really talented.
They are, and they are really good at holding up their players on those out of bounds plays. And if she can get it to 13 there, oh! Running through, just dancing around defenders. Oh my goodness. Central Washington again, number 14 this time. They're doing it from everywhere. Everyone's getting involved. And we just learned another name, number 7, who scored that second. Tessa Han, according to Devontae, the best player in the country. Hard to deny when Central's playing like this. We are to the half. And I think number 14 might have been Elise, according to the comments. So shout out Elise, great score. Anything Boise State can do here, or is Central Washington just putting on a clinic?
It's Rugby 7's. Boise State can easily put that many points up in a half. They have the ability. I just don't know if they can get past Central's defense. There's one thing that I've noticed with all of these teams. Central's stands out on defense. Every time the other team is passing that ball backwards and they're working on developing or setting up, working to make some space, you watch Central Washington and their entire team is pressuring, pushing up and getting that defense up to where they disrupt, they intercept and pick off a pass and go in and score.
Yeah.
Their defense is just stepping up to the point. I don't know if Boise State, if there's really much that they can do besides continue to do what they've been trying to do. Their passes are decent. Their plays are decent. It's just that Central Washington defense is really is really solid today.
Yeah, they're flying around everywhere, and they move as a unit, which is the key thing. And you can see that just the chemistry on this team is really high. But to start off the second half, we got Central Washington kicking off to Boise State. And maybe here comes a kick. They might have to get creative and start throwing that out there a little bit more.
So I think what happened there, the kicker, or the person that caught that ball off of the kick was a little bit ahead of the kicker. And so she was coming from an offsides position.
Gotcha.
Referee blew the whistle. That waving of the arm down towards his feet, that's an indication of offsides. Unlucky for Boise State because that was set up pretty nice.
Now we go to the scrum with Boise State. Nope, they will redo. And I think we'll have another redo. Or
yeah, knock on Central. Boise State put in on another scrum, so third one in a row.
See who comes out with it. And
so he's probably going to redo that scrum one more time. They put the ball in. The players danced around, pushing each other, but the ball never went into the scrum. It kind of stayed out on the outer edge, and then it came back out the same spot. The ball has to go into the scrum and out through between the players' legs. There it is. Now we're good to go.
And hypothetically, can you do a scrum just as many times as it takes, or would a ref, like you were going to say, might switch it up?
At some point, the ref's going to say, look, your team is not doing this correctly. You're not putting the ball in correctly. You're not binding on correctly. You're not pushing at the right time. He's going to find fault with one of the teams and award a penalty. He won't just keep on letting the scrums happen over and over.
And here we go. Central Washington gets the steal. And if they get it to the outside, that's where they're most dangerous. Shaking off defenders here. But the ball's landing with Central, and they got their formation set. If they can get it going, they got the numbers. Oh my goodness, talk about speed. Number 14 again, running around back and forth. She can't catch her. Central Washington with the score. And I think that is Elise. So good job, Elise. Once again, with the score. Central Washington 27-0 in this second game of our playoffs.
So the way that this one's coming out and looking like it's about to finish. Boise State's going to leave this and head right into the very next match
for that third place finish against Montana State.
They're going to be in the competition for the third place game against Montana, and Boise State just playing their guts out on this one, having to go right back out and play another one.
Yeah, that's going to be tough for Boise State, but they're showing some grit, fighting against a really tough Central Washington team. And you can see as they're trying to break to the edge, I mean, Central's just faster. They get and cut off their angle. And just like that, Central steals it away from Boise right in their own territory. Boise smartly just kicks it away, but it lands in Central's hands. One more pass, she makes it, and will she get in? I think we have a player down on the field, and they
stop the play, if I'm not mistaken. But there is a hurt player out there for Central Washington. Number 14. She has not gotten up yet. We are wishing number 14 the best right now. Hopefully nothing too serious, as she is a big contributor to this Central Washington team. And I'm not too sure what happened over there because it was kind of on the far end of the field. But she's out there running right back into play. So
yep.
Don't worry, folks. Number 14 seems to be A-okay.
All right, time back on. Referee gives a signal. We're back to a scrum. Starting the action. We've got about 2 minutes left in this match. All Central.
And looking to put more points on the board too. Shaking off Boise State defenders. Oh, if she's got one more pass to make, she makes it, and there's number 11. Again with the score. There's too many good players to count on this Central Washington team.
I talked about this earlier. The credit in the scorebook goes to the person that just scored that try. But the person that made that pass is the one that did the razzle-dazzle there. She drew that last defender in, and just as that defender's coming in, she makes a brilliant pass, sets her teammate up in space to make that.
And they just make it at the right moment too. It's like right before they're about to get hit.
Yeah,
pass
perfect.
that ball off.
Perfect. And whoever the pass coach is for Central, give that person a raise, because these passes are amazing.
Yeah.
Even in all this wind and all this weather, Central's passing looks incredible.
Kickoff there from Central to Boise. Excuse me. Only 30 seconds here in our second game of the playoffs, though, and it's looking like Central is taking this one.
Here comes those dynamic passes again.
Yeah, you can just see the spiral.
She's just going to keep it off to her teammate.
Great pass, and she's in for another score. Wow, Central just running it up, showing that they are the #1 seed in this Fool's Gold tourney.
And there we go.
There we go. That is the game. 39-0. Central Washington takes the win over Boise State. So now we have our playoff championship games officially set. So for our third place game, we have Montana State and Boise State. And then for our championship game, it's going to come down to Colorado State or Central Washington for that rematch that we saw earlier in the day.
Well, according to the schedule, we've got about 7 or 8 minutes until that next game. Boise State's going to get a chance to catch their breath a little bit before they roll back out and play for that third place.
As they should, because that was a hard-fought game against Central Washington and to go just straight back out there, it's got to be tough if you're Boise.
Hello again, everybody. We are back. It is April 1st, 2023, April Fool's Day, and we are watching the Fool's Gold 2023 Rugby 7's. I am Andrew Vincent, standing along my co-host, Rich, and we are about to be watching our third place game, Boise State versus Montana State.
And while this one's getting ready to kick off, Andrew, we just got some kind of bad news. The final match for first place, Colorado State versus Central Washington, we just found out that Colorado State has forfeited that match. It's probably a combination of they played them earlier, and the cold weather, the wind. It's very, very miserable out there. Who knows what all went into that decision, but either way, Colorado State's forfeited the championship match, which means Central Washington's already won.
The winner.
They're the winner of this tournament, and get some more points towards the National Rugby Championship 7's. This game does have some meaning still, because Boise State playing Montana State. Whoever wins this match gets points towards the National Rugby Championship 7's. So a lot of meaning for this third place match right now, which is going to be our final match of the day. Unfortunately, it is what it is. We'll just sit here and get to enjoy our last game of the day.
Yeah, we're excited to watch these two teams battle it out, because as you just said, there's a lot on the line for these guys just as much, because this will give them the potential to get into those national rankings themselves. And it is unfortunate to see that we won't get to see that Colorado State Central Washington game again. I was really looking forward to that, but with that being the case, I mean, if you're Central Washington, you're walking away with the win today and the winner of the Fool's Gold tourney. But as this is happening, Montana State walking it in for a try against Boise State to open up the game.
Just under 2 minutes into the match. That'll make it 5-0 for Montana State.
Wow. Just like that, Montana State is on the board. Boise State has got to be fighting right now, because they just played a game right before this.
And while we're waiting for the kick, there it is away for the conversion. Missed. Folks, if you would do us a favor and smash that like button. We really, again, a shout out to Boise State Television for coming alongside Boise State Rugby, broadcasting this tournament. We really need your likes
and subscribers.
Your subscriptions. It really makes a big difference for growing this sport. Supporting Boise State Rugby, it makes a big difference for us. It makes a big difference for all these players to come out here to be able to watch themselves, watch film later.
And to add on to that, Rich, the more subscribers that we're able to get over here, the media department at Boise State is going to be able to do more of these live streams for everyone to watch. And oh my goodness, Boise State, number 9, shaking ankles out there on the field, taking it to the house, tying up the game at 5-5, number 9. Wow, Boise State with the score.
Yeah, Boise State media, we'd love to be able to broadcast more of these rugby matches for the parents that are all out there, all across the world, literally across the world. We've had fans sending us in comments all the way from Australia today, all around the world. Anyway, we'd love to be able to do more of that. And of course, it takes money, YouTube subscribers and YouTube likes. That makes a little bit of a difference for the bottom line and helps out these programs. So again, if you would kindly smash that like button, subscribe to this channel, and hopefully we can provide more of these types of broadcasts and Boise State Rugby in the future.
Well said. And thank you to everyone tuning in today. It's been really fun. First experience watching these rugby games. The weather was not ideal, but despite that, all these teams today have been playing their butts off, and really exciting to watch. So every team should be patting themselves on the back.
And you think these two teams are aware of the fact that what's at stake of this game. So they're coming in here with some vengeance to try and win this.
Boise State with the slight 2-point lead right now after making that conversion kick. Montana State putting the pressure on, slowly working into Boise State territory.
Trying to push it up the right side of the field. Number 7, who just scored, may be able to break away again, can't she? No, almost there. But Boise State able to defend, and that may be penalty on Boise.
It's a knock, Andrew. The referee just saw the slightest bit of motion on the ground, the ball getting knocked forward. He's going to blow that whistle and set it up for a scrum for Boise State put in. Well, you hate to see any team forfeit at this point in the tournament. The good news is I get to go home and have a hot shower a little bit sooner.
I think the whole crew is ready to get on out of here, but with that being the case, we still got a good 10 to 15 minutes of rugby that we got to watch, and these two teams are going to battle it out to the end.
Another knock by Montana State. So the whistle goes to the referee's mouth, and it'll be a Boise State put in here in just a moment. Andrew, I really appreciate the broadcast time together today.
Me as well.
It's been great working with you. I hope you learned a little bit about rugby, and I hope you enjoyed that. For the fans that are out there that are learning about rugby, we just encourage you to watch more rugby, learn more rugby. The more you learn, the more exciting this game is. And there's not a faster growing sport than women's rugby. It's really exploded across the U.S. There's a lot of opportunities for girls to get scholarships to play on these college teams. Title IX has been instrumental in helping a lot of these women play rugby and go to college. So tuning in, watching this, learning about the sport, it all helps support these girls. We really appreciate everybody that joined us watching on YouTube today.
And right out of there, Boise State kicks it up. Someone can pick it up. There's no one past half, but looks like
I think he's
Boise
calling
State possession.
Oh, sorry, Andrew.
No,
Didn't mean to
good.
jump on you there. I think what the referee saw there was that the Colorado State player went to the ground and then continued to try to play the ball and grab the ball while she was on the ground. Of course, you can't play rugby on the ground. When you get tackled, you get one move, and that's it. That's the only action you ever get on the ground in rugby.
Boise State's going to have numbers if they can swing that fast, but oh, a drop for Boise State. Back in Montana State's possession. And I think the ref saw something.
Yeah, he had him under advantage during that time.
And I think we may be going to half here.
And then, yeah, dead ball, so he's going to go ahead and blow the whistle, and we're at half. Boise State just barely ahead, 7-5. 7 more minutes to figure out who's that third place winner of this tournament and who walks away with some NRC points. It's anybody's game at this match. They're definitely playing their guts out. At least the wind's slowed down a little bit. There's no more rain. It's almost like a nice day. Almost. We're up here in the broadcast booth still shivering just to stay warm.
The second half, who knows? Maybe the rainbow we were looking for might come out, or maybe it might start snowing. But Boise weather does not want to cooperate. But yeah, as you were saying, Rich, this is really anyone's ball game. 75. I think these girls are going to leave it out on the field for this second half. And here we go. second half of the third place finishing game in the 2023 Fool's Gold Rugby 7's, Boise State versus Montana State. Here we go. Kickoff by Boise State, recovered by Montana. Trying to shake off a defender. Quickly able to swing it back out there. She can get to the side. Number 7's really fast. Can she break away? She might, and she will. Number 7 does it again, lays down that ball and scores a try for Montana State.
Boy, 30 seconds into the second half, and Montana State retakes the lead. Number 7 has just been dynamic for them. She's surprising. She doesn't start out quick, but once she gets some speed going, she's hard to catch.
Yeah. Yeah, no, and just like that, Montana State takes the lead 10-7 over Boise State. And Boise State now looking to respond with such a quick score from Montana State.
There we go, Andrew, just right on cue. A little more rain to contend with in the second half.
It couldn't just let it be for one half, but here we go. To start off, Montana State's kicking it off to Boise State. I don't know what happened there.
Free kick to Boise, and I missed it. My apologies. I'm not sure if...
I think, okay, so she kicked it, but it bounced within that 10 and then kept bouncing.
As long as it goes 10, it doesn't matter if it goes up into the air. It doesn't have to go 10 in the air.
Interesting. Well,
you
then
could,
I'm
you
not
could
sure.
dribble it across. Do you remember in that earlier game, there was that like onside kick that girl did, and it just dribbled all the way until it went 10, and she picked it up herself. As long as it goes 10, you're good.
Interesting, but I don't know what was wrong with that kick. That definitely went over 10 yards. Tries to make the cut inside, isn't able to get it, gives it to her teammate, but Boise State thrown out of bounds by Montana State.
Montana State goes quick.
Quickly getting it out of the side. Number 10 just trying to body a couple of girls. And number 15 still trying to push through right now.
I think he's called her for obstruction there. Again, she made that pass, had time to go around and behind her teammate, but took her sweet time and then slowly went around.
Oh, she can turn on the Jets here. Number 15 might have a path to the goal. Here we go. Set up position for that kick and a try for Boise State to retake that lead.
Yeah, sorry, Andrew. Boise State keeping the pressure on here. Once again with a 2-point lead and a kick to come. Boise State could stretch that lead from 2 points to 4 points with a successful conversion.
With a good positioning for this kick too. And it's good. 14-10, Boise State takes the lead over Montana State.
Just a little over 3 minutes left to go in this final game today. Again, our apologies. We'd had planned and scheduled a championship game, but that's going to be automatically awarded to Central Washington.
Due to Colorado State forfeiting.
Yep, for sure. Yeah, Colorado State's backed out, and again, we don't really know why and what reasons they had for doing that.
But
that's the word that we've got,
yeah.
And so this is going to be our final match for today. Once again, really do appreciate everybody that's joined us on the broadcast. do us a favor and hit that subscribe button and help us grow our numbers, help us grow our channel, help us support Boise State Rugby and all women's rugby.
And Boise State trying to keep Montana State from breaking away on those sidelines. About 2 minutes to go here in the second half. So it is going to be coming down to the wire.
Stolen by Boise State.
Let's see what they can make of this. Uh-oh, not a great pass. And I think Montana State has the ball.
Penalty against Boise State.
Montana State really trying to score here. About a minute and a half left of regulation time. And number 9 throwing a couple stiff arms. Trying to swing that ball out quick. Not able to keep possession. Wait, 7 picks it up. Can she do it again? She's tackled down by number 10. But right back on the attack. Boise State is not wanting to give them a score. Who's gonna will themselves? And Montana State gets in.
Boise State stole it.
Wait.
No, Montana stole
Montana
it.
Oh my gosh. Montana State still ends up with the score. Oh my goodness, with 30 seconds left in regulation time. Boise State has to be killing themselves. Montana State, number 15, tying her shoe before this kick.
Well, I'm not sure what happened with the scoreboard. Here at the stadium, the clock stopped. Montana State taking as much time as they want because, of course, they're just running out the clock.
And did that kick go wide? I think it did.
It did miss.
Okay, so Boise State has to come down on this possession and score.
Yeah, no mistakes. They've got to get down and put one in. Montana State 15, Boise State 14. No time left on the clock.
This is exactly what us fans are wanting. A good game down to the wire. Looking like that kick's not going to make it 10 yards, though. Giving Boise State the ball at midfield.
Yeah, referee's arm goes up, signaling the free kick. Going to give Boise State a chance right here. Next dead ball should end the game. With Boise State down by a point, they've got to do something right here, right now. There's a knock. Unfortunately, that's going to be ball game.
Wow, and just like that, the game is over, and Montana State with the last second push wins the game over Boise State to give themselves a chance in the national rankings. What a game.
All right, well, that was exciting. I really wanted to see that last match, but here we are saying adios. Thanks, Boise State Rugby, for the opportunity to come up here and do this. Thanks, Boise State Media, Boise State Television, all the broadcast crew sitting here with us that made this successful. Thanks, Andrew.
Thank you again, Rich. It was an honor to learn from an expert in rugby. And once again, to everyone listening, thank you for tuning in. If you guys would please, if you have the time, 5 seconds, 30 seconds, however long it takes to like and subscribe. It really helps out our channel and gives us more opportunities to do more live streams like this for everyone to see. So
Thank you for tuning in, everyone. I'm Andrew Vincent, and sayonara.